speak now, please.
Or forever hold our
Speaking
peace.
now.
No,
We're live.
no,
We're
I'm
live
good.
on stream.
We're live.
Uh,
Seconds.
Hi.
Hi.
Let's go.
Coming to you live from the swamp. I'm a mess.
Yep.
Hello, chat.
But you're
How's it
our
going?
mess.
Hello.
Wait, did those adoption papers go through?
What?
What?
Oh,
They
said
did
you're
not.
our mess. I asked. Oh wow. I asked if
Oh my god.
those papers went through. Oh.
The what went through?
How do I turn it down?
do not worry about it, my guy.
Sorry,
Just
I've
go over to the
missed
little
like
music bar.
missed it like twice in a row. I'm like,
You are
I'm
so
doing
good
like
at
3
it.
things at once. I set up the music on the thing. So yes, everyone, you're gonna be hearing music.
Hi, Sunny.
You like the music?
Yeah, it's good music.
Ooh. Spooky.
I don't think any of this music's going to get me killed on. Right? It does.
I'm sure it'll be fine,
It's
right?
okay.
I mean, who would license it, really?
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably fine.
Hi, Jersey.
First of all, hello, Jersey. Secondly, Jersey, I'm gonna
Hey, Jersey.
Beat his ass.
Wow.
Those in glass houses should not throw stones, Jersey.
Yes.
Like-
Mel says the music is a little loud.
Yeah.
Will turn. Yeah, please let me know if any audio is strange. If people in the Discord is quiet or I'm too loud. If the game is too loud, if the music is too loud, please. Didn't really have time to balance the audio. I did a lot of work this morning. I got up at fucking 4 in the morning to.
That's when I went to bed.
The fuck?
Oh my fucking.
But don't worry, it's not.
What is
I don't have
wrong
I don't
with
have a
you?
lack of sleep. I went to bed at 8 p.m.
8 a.m. Damn, you got a lot of
No,
sleep.
no, not 8.
Wow.
God, I wish. No, I went to 8.
Let's go, Scrub.
Scrub, your
Hey,
audio
Scrub.
is coming in and out and fluctuating.
What the heck?
That's
Yeah, is it
that
though?
might be my. Hold on. It might be my noise gate. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you said
maybe,
you had one
yeah.
for the stream.
yeah.
Because this is a new profile on my OBS, so I had to like eyeball my filters again.
Oh, I
Okay.
see.
Okay.
Could you be like that?
I think it should be okay. let me know if it sounds scuffed, guys. We had the same issue our session. I mean, there was no avoiding any issues. Like I did not illusion myself of anything else.
It
There's
happens.
always going to be scuff.
Yep. Okay. Enough fucking
Also,
around.
Just a slight crumb of fucking around, if we may.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy, Scrub, but you have not tagged me and White Wolf properly in your title.
God fucking it. Hold on. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're
Not to. I don't want to be that guy.
Oh yeah, no, I fucked that up. Fern, what's your Twitch handle?
Oh fuck. Good question. Hang on. It's Fern_VA.
Fern _VA.
Yeah, somebody took Fern VA. Can you believe it?
What the
What?
Who
What
would
the
do that?
asshole?
underscore?
Fern VA, I guess.
Yes, I see. Okay.
Who the
White
fuck
Wolf,
would have the name Fern
do
VA?
you have a Twitch
Wait.
handle?
I do have a Twitch. Yeah, it should be White Wolf Audios. But
The audacity, the ghoul, and the gumption of this guy.
Is your Twitch profile picture a white-haired lady? Person?
yeah.
Okay. All right, it's done. Sorry, guys. My bad.
That's okay.
Okay. I
You're
guess
so good, bro.
the first thing I should do is I should introduce these lovely people I have with me today. Obviously, today I'm going to be the GM. We're playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition, not D&D. I'm so sorry to disappoint for any D&D heads out there. We're playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition. It's like D&D, and honestly, if you guys like D&D, you'd probably like Pathfinder. I suggest you guys stick around to at least like kind of get the idea of what it's like. I especially like the just like the setting of Pathfinder, like the official setting, and that's what we're going to be playing in today. But that aside, today I have with me 5 different VAs, voice actors in their own right. Some of you may already know, and some of you may be new friends to you. I guess I'll go in the order on as they appear on the stream. Shizu.
Yeah.
Shizu Rivera is a wonderful voice actress. Does a ton of her own creative work, art, scripts, and voice acting. Kind of a workaholic, a little bit of a psycho, but wonderful person, delightful. I'm very glad to have met Shizu, as well as Tonks, Mixed Tonks, who is another excellently talented individual. Does audios, streams. I am very often in your streams, just watching you and Shizu or whoever just like banter and play games. And then we have the Goop on screen, who, believe it or not, is also another excellently talented person, an artist, scriptwriter, and voice actor. Fern.
Actor? I hardly even know her, bro. Sorry. Sorry.
Joining us from across the pond. Thank you for
right.
being here, Fern. I appreciate it. We were talking about beans on toast before we started streaming. That's not an exaggeration.
It is 6 p.m.
And then we have my buddy Stone Cap, who, if you have watched me stream and may have seen me play with Stone Cap, we played Pokemon Soul Link Nuzlocke last time, and we got our we got rocked. We got our shit cooked. But he is another voice actor. I don't know when the last time he's uploaded, but he is a voice actor. He usually has a very good work. He's on it. He's a good buddy of mine. I've known him for a very long time. He's also very talented. Played a lot of Pathfinder with him. So I'm very happy to have him here. And
I'm happy to be here.
Then we have White Wolf, who is
Hello.
a new friend. I'm to be quite frank, not as acquainted with White Wolf, but I'm very excited to have you here.
I'm happy to be here.
I know that White Wolf has her own audio channel. She does a lot of audios, and I met them in Good Boy Audio's server. Who's a friend of mine. Yay, GB! Wow, man, I hope he doesn't. I love that boy.
Hey, we're just talking about you. All good things. All good things.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm very excited and very happy to have all of these wonderfully talented people here with me today. You guys have anything to say before I start narrating?
Thank you for being our GM, Scrub.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We love you.
You're fantastic.
I'm gonna follow up.
That was perfect.
Yay, Scrub. Thank you for inviting us, obviously.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys were both interested and down to join this endeavor and just play games with me. Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all play games?
You like games?
on your phone.
Y'all got games on your phone?
All right. I am now going to be going over to the game screen. By the way, a lot of the art you're going to be seeing is official art from Paizo, the people who make Pathfinder. Like, for instance, this art is from one of their adventure paths, Bloodlords. It's where I'm getting a lot of the tokens and art and, you know, maps and stuff from today and for sessions going onward. It's from this adventure path. It is a pre-built, pre-made adventure. It goes from level 1 to level 20.
Woo!
And their art is
Nice.
so fantastic. So, for everybody here, what you all need to know is that our campaign takes place in the country of Geb. Geb is a land renowned for its undead population and its part in the next Geb War during the Age of Destiny that had decimated communities and wreaked havoc throughout the region. It is named after its immortal necromancer conqueror, Geb himself. This nation has survived multiple magical conflicts and calamities, as well as a mostly absent leader, to become a unique trade and cultural hub of undead society. So this country is a country run by the undead for the undead, but the living have their place here in this country as well. And you will hear me and other NPCs refer to the living in Geb as the quick and the dead, get it?
LMFAO.
The history of Geb, as told within the nation, is thus. The nations of Nex and Geb, neighbor nations, have clashed many millennia ago in a series of century-long arcane battles over access to trade routes. The rivalry came to a head when Nex, the archlord and leader of the country Nex, that he has named his country after himself, just as well as Geb has named his country after himself, having cut all land routes to the Golden Road markets, goaded Geb into breaking the blockade. The necromancer blighted the plains of Nex with a horrific and lingering curse, bringing the Nexians to the brink of utter defeat. But Nex retaliated by releasing waves of magical cataclysms that wiped out tens of thousands of Geb citizens. Devastated by the loss, Geb raised his slain citizens as a massive undead army which besieged Nex until the final assault on Quantium, Nex's capital city. There, the mighty Geb covered Nex's capital city in a lethal fog that killed thousands of its occupants, but rolled harmlessly off his own undead legions. In the chaos that ensued, Nex had fled to a personal demiplane, a place of space and time that he had carved himself with his great magics. He had fled, never to be seen again. With one of the two great wizards gone, the war eventually fizzled out into a weary stalemate. However, Geb was convinced that Nex would return. Denied his chance to vanquish his centuries-long rival after the Battle of Quantium, Geb descended into despair and paranoia, and so he took his own life in ritual suicide. His stubbornness and sheer force of will, as well as his strong connection to necromancy and the land he dwelled on, allowed Geb to return as a ghost, whose sole undead purpose is to see Nex again and put an end to him. Many of Geb's loyal subjects chose to follow him in undeath, killing themselves to tie their souls in service to their sovereign as a final oath of fealty. Now ruled by an immortal ghost and small councils of intelligent undead, Geb is an undead nation that makes most of its neighbors quite uneasy. But our story today doesn't start in Nex, not quite. Our story today starts in a country, a continent, far, far to the west. Country called, or a continent called Tian Sha. There, we find a small community of people living at the edge of a forest. The family that dwells inside of one of these many huts appear to be just like the others. Normal, everyday humans, working, eking out an existence, and trying to keep their heads low as the many great empires of Tian Sha battle and war and expand their lands. But this family is a little more to them than meets the eye. Gideon, Tonks, would you please describe your character for us?
Gideon is a tannish half-orc, very tall stature, very muscular, with silver wavy hair that goes down just past the jawline, and there is a constant face paint on their face to make them look like a skeleton.
Who lives with you at home right now? In this point in time, I should say.
They'd be living with their family, the mother and father.
So, Gideon, what do you think about living in Tian Sha? What is Gideon's like? What is their everyday experience in their life right now?
Gideon's very prideful of the nation that they're from, but find a lot of difficulty with the warring nations and the fact that their land is kind of being taken over pretty easily by nations coming in and taking over. Yeah,
the empires of Tian Sha are always waging war. The Tengu, the Jorugumo, the many human nations and the Oni as well are always warring with each other, expanding their lands. And worst of all, they are sort of embroiling your people in their wars because your people, well, they have a special talent, and it's not exactly your half-orc features that they are seeking.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Gideon would be doing on like any given day? Like, what do you think responsibilities Gideon has at home?
a lot of the chores, a lot of farm work.
Yeah, you're doing a lot of like the manual labor. Your parents are probably a little older. They've relied on you for doing some of the things, some of like the harder things to do, like carrying water or sowing crops, maybe doing the laundry and things like that. One day, Tonks, you remember this quite clearly. You remember how high the sun was in the sky, the beating heat that kind of made you sweat profusely, and just like how chafing your clothes were laying on you under like the sweat. Being in this form is, well, it almost feels shameful. Feels almost embarrassing, I imagine, to you. Be out here in the fields, out in the open, and be sort of forced to act like everything is okay. And as you are finishing, like planting like a row of some kind of crop that you're sowing, you come back towards the house to have a drink of water or to rest in the shade for a moment, and you hear your father coming up the road with the mule, the single mule your family owns, and the wagon. And you can see that he's went out to town to collect the mail. And you can see he has a letter that he has opened in his hand, and this sort of dour look on his face. He approaches your home and takes the mule off the cart and sets it off into the pasture. And he sort of walks up to the house. He doesn't even like acknowledge you sitting there in the shade. He walks straight past you into the house, where your mother is currently preparing the lunch for the day.
I can tell something's obviously very wrong, but not knowing quite what it is, I just silently follow him in and wait for him to say what he's going to, because he looks like he's very distant in his stare, but he looks like he's trying to find the words to say what the letter talks about.
Yeah, there's definitely that feeling of something being wrong. Like you can feel that like pit in your stomach opening up. You come into the house and your father is sat down at the table, and your mother comes into the sitting room and sits down across from your father and goes, "So, what was in the mail? Did we hear from your brother?" And your father looks at your mother with this, like, almost a stern look as she says brother, his brother, and lays the letter out on the table. He's been arrested. And he looks up at you as you come in. They caught him transformed. And they took him in last week.
What? What for?
I don't know.
What do you mean they took him in?
They took him in. I don't know. He was found out in the neighboring lands. I think he took some work with one of the consuls. And they found him in his tailed form. And so they arrested him. And he's
For existing?
He looks up at you with this, like, stern look. Like, he's, like, kind of like, it's the look of, like, a father who is, like, getting ready to, like, do, like, punitive, like, action. Like, the look of a father that's, like, going to paddle your ass. But, obviously, you're a grown adult at this point. So,
Right.
so the look kind of softens, and he goes, "You know how it is, Gideon. It's different for people like us. And honestly, I don't know what the fool was thinking."
It wouldn't be different for us. It's bullshit.
Listen, Gideon.
Why are you just sitting there? Why are we not doing something about this?
Do what, Gideon? Go and get ourselves killed? Go get us arrested? Do you want to see your mother hang? Or me burned at the stake? We're different. We're not like
You'd rather die in a cell not having done anything?
I'd rather live, Gideon. And I'd rather have my wife and my daughter lead a normal life and not have to worry about things. And listen, my full brother, he did this to himself. We're not going to be like that. Right, honey? And he looks at your mother, and she kind of gets that shrinking violet look. And goes, "Of course, dear. Of course." And then she looks at you with like that look where she's like, "Please don't make him mad."
Gideon is standing there, hands on the back of the chair, knuckles turning white just from gripping it, and just seething, staring at her father. What do you mean we're not gonna be like him? He is your brother. He's your family. You're just abandoning him?
Your father stands up, and he gets within an inch of your face and goes, "He was my brother. But now I don't have a brother. Because if I do, and they find out that we're Kitsune, then we're all dead. You understand? This isn't about pride or honor. Let the humans have that. I just want to live." And you can stare and fume all you want, but as long as you are living under my roof, then that's just the way things are going to be.
Right. Let the humans have that because they're so much fucking better than us, aren't they?
They might as well.
You really think
Do you
that,
have a
don't
kingdom?
you?
Do you have a kingdom? Do you have hundreds and hundreds of men to fight against them? We're just farmers. Gideon? What do you
They need us too. They need this food just as much as we do.
I'm done talking about this.
I'm done talking to you.
Then that's fine, now isn't it? And your father gets up and storms outside. And your mother is sat there quietly. And she just goes, "Why did you have to make him mad?"
Why did he have to not do anything? Why does he always do nothing?
She just kind of looks a little defeated and she goes, "Honey, I don't think there's anything we can do. We just can't live like that."
He's a piss pot and a coward, and so are you if you agree with him.
Well, he's also your father, and I'm your mother. Now, it's one thing to stir up trouble with him.
And you see how easily he drops family? How easily would he drop me just because something slipped? There was an accident. Something had to be done. And suddenly he doesn't know me? Suddenly I'm not his kin?
With every word, like every enunciated word you say, your mother flinches. And she just kind of looks at the ground and goes, "I don't know what you want me to tell you."
I don't know that there's anything you can say at this point. You would drop me too, wouldn't you?
She doesn't say anything. She's entered into the defensive statue mode where she just freezes up and doesn't say anything.
That's what I thought. And Gideon slowly leans away from the chair that they were clenching to and walks to the other room, grabs a couple things, and quietly walks out the door.
As you're leaving, the last two things you remember of home is the muffled sounds of your mother crying and your father yelling your name, asking where you think you're going.
I don't answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very stone-faced, continue walking. No changing stride.
Well, Gideon, where are you going?
Heading onto a boat.
You managed to do a couple of odd jobs as you're crossing the country, doing work here and there, to make enough money to help pay for travel off of out of this country. And this probably takes some time for you to travel across the country and earn some money to get to, be able to pay for travel on a boat, like a ship to go across, the ocean. And during that time, of you like traveling across Tian Sha, you meet somebody, don't you?
I do.
Why don't you tell us about this somebody you've met?
It's another kitsune like me. Somebody that I did a few jobs with, and we started talking and bonding over a mutual distaste for the people that have been taking us over and the people that are subjugating us and the people that are letting it happen.
Yeah, the cowards and traitors that are rolling over. A thing that they would often describe. Now, quickly, what is your partner's name?
Taryn.
Taryn. Can you spell it for me?
Taryn.
What's Taryn's pronouns?
She, her.
All right. So you and Taryn have been kind of a devilish duo as you have traveled through Tian Sha doing jobs. Some of the jobs are honest, like odd job work. Some of the other jobs were jobs that Taryn had found that were kind of suspect, but they did pay well. And since Taryn came up with them, you didn't really, think twice about them. You didn't think too much about them. And there's one day you are like probably out camping just outside of like the city limits of one of Tian Sha's many cities, and Taryn wakes you up and goes, "Hey, darling, I counted our funds this morning, and it looks like we have just enough to get us off this awful fucking rock."
Oh, thank fucking God.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But speaking of getting off this rock, I think I have an idea of where I want you to take me. She kind of looks at you with that like sly, foxy look.
Is that right? Where is that, sweetheart? Where would you like to go?
Well, I was hearing some rumors in town that there's a huge festival gonna happen in a couple of months in this city called Mekatar in Geb. It's like way across the ocean in Garand.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
City of the undead, country of the undead, have a little fun. And she like does that thing where she kind of uses her finger and lightly frames your face. And wow, your face paint would fit in pretty good.
Wouldn't it? I think this is a fantastic idea.
Yeah. Well, get up. Let's go. Come on, let's get ready.
Of course. I'm on board.
And Fast forward a few days, you are now on a vessel that has left Tian Sha. You are leaving your home continent. It's a strange feeling, an interesting feeling, leaving home. It's all you ever knew, and you're going somewhere completely new. Like, it kind of feels like it feels very impulsive, but you feel that, you know, with Taryn by your side, it'll be all right. It'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
And she seems to know what she's doing. She's pretty confident in herself and you. At least she seems like it. The really bad thing is, well, the motion sickness. Now, Gideon, can I get you to do our first dice roll of the day?
Oh, fun. Let's go.
I need you to roll me a fortitude save. Fortitude is on your left bar.
Proficiencies.
No, it'll be on the left side. You see,
There it is.
See your saves, your fortitude, your reflex, and your will.
Do I click on the die or on the +7?
On the die.
Okay. And roll.
Okay. So, I think the only thing that's keeping you from completely emptying the contents of your stomach is the fact that Taryn is watching and you don't want to look like a bitch. you are like vomit is fighting its way up your throat and you're like
barely holding it together.
And you are trying your best to not be sick. And then Taryn kind of walks up to, like, because you're kind of like on the prow of the ship, like around the edge of it, looking off at the waters. You guys are now, it's been a few days. You can still see the land behind you as you're sailing away from it, but the waves and the water has started to pick up, and this is where the motion sickness has gotten, like, this is the first day where it's been really bad.
It's really settling in.
Yeah, the night before was kind of rough, but today it's like you just had like no rest from it. You are just like kind of holding onto the edge of the ship, ready for the moment when it's too much and you can't keep it down anymore, and so it can just easily go over the edge.
Right.
But Taryn comes up and she kind of comes up and puts her like hand to the center of your back, and she kind of looks out over the ocean and goes, "It's so beautiful, isn't it?" She kind of looks up at you and goes, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, just getting choked up over how beautiful it is. It is.
She goes, "Oh, okay. Do you want me to go get you a drink?"
Yeah, please. That sounds like a good idea.
All right. Well, don't get too choked up, okay? And she walks down to like the lower decks of the ship to try and find something for you to drink. Meanwhile, you are up here on the deck. You are sort of, you know, you're having a fight. You're fighting for your life right now, pretty much. You know, this is like really trying to throw up. Now that Taryn is gone, do you throw up or do you continue holding?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you just it's all coming out. And this is where we get to see our next character. In like the shadows of like the various crates and equipment and stuff on the deck, up on the top of the deck, and the people going past, there is a figure sort of lurking within these shadows, watching, observing. This person has been here the whole time watching this interaction with you, Gideon. But I think they are deciding whether or not they want to intervene. They too have had a sort of journey across Tian Sha and have just as well made this almost impulsive decision to jump on a ship and head to Geb. Although this person has a much more concrete purpose in mind. Shizu, can you please describe your character?
Yes, I can. So, in the shadows, weirdly very hard to see despite the placid white, paper white, almost even skin, is a woman of very small stature with very exaggerated proportions. She's got a particularly pronounced nose. She's got very long arms that seem a little too long. She's got digitigrade legs. And she is just adorned in all of these different, like, shiny baubles. And yet somehow the shadows seem to keep her hidden anyway, for as long as she wants them. Her neck is ordained with a bunch of, different necklaces, and it seems longer than it probably should. Her wrists are covered in bangles. She's got rings on, but she's still subtle. And she's watching this, and she knows what's happened. She's seen it many, many times before. So she's debating. But she gets a little sly little grin, and she decides to let the shadows no longer conceal her, and steps forward.
Are you going to approach Gideon with any kind of stealth, or are you making your presence known?
I'll spare the kid. I'll let my presence be known.
Okay.
You can hear the little rattling of the bangles as the wind kind of.
It's almost like chimes. Gideon, specifically, you remember many a times as you were traveling the countryside, the many temples that have chimes and bells that would ring and sound their beautiful music and like the breeze. It's much like that. A very soft sounding jingling as you hear footsteps approaching from behind you.
I would recommend finding a point on the horizon that you can just stare at. It tends to help.
Hello. Hi. Okay. Any particular point or
Just something steady.
Yeah, you kind of pick a point beyond the horizon, or on the horizon line, Gideon, and you can kind of feel like the heaving just subside just enough so you're not gonna vomit, but it is like you are concentrating very hard. You're kind of straining a little bit. at this person's like hip, you can hear like the sound of like glasses jingling as well, and like various liquids sort of sloshing in various like jugs and files and stuff. And this person is a bit strange. They're not like people you have normally run across in Tian Sha. You've definitely seen a lot of humans, your own kind, kitsune, orcs, half-orcs, elves, even Oni, Tengu, and you've seen one Jorogumo once. This person is interesting. There's the few glances you get at the side, like out of the corner of your eye, they have like these they almost look like tattoos on their skin, but they seem to like dance and glide along their skin, like little shadows dancing on them. But this person does seem to have like a very kind air about them. And this kind of like change in just like, I guess just like the aura, the air around you kind of settle, and you kind of get a little more relaxed. And after like about like a solid like 5 or 10 minutes of like staring across like the horizon, you're able to like kind of settle your stomach, and you're not as sick, but you're still taking it easy.
Thank you. That helps very much.
You'll hear a little bit of the clinking again as she rifles through one of the many pouches underneath this brightly colored shawl, and she'll pull out a dried little. It could be dried, it could be candied. It's really hard to tell because you haven't seen it before, but it's a little piece of something, and she'll hand it to you, and she'll be like, "This helps the stomach."
And they'll take it and look at you for a few seconds before just popping it right in their mouth.
How does it taste, Shizu?
It is pungent.
Good
a bit
word.
Unique. It's got this like almost like a cinnamon spice, but it's a different sort of very fragrant. It's ginger, but
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. The taste takes you off guard. It's a much stronger than you thought because it looked like almost like a dried root. But after letting it sit in your mouth, it kind of mellows a bit into this like more enjoyable flavor, and then after chewing it up and swallowing it, it's like you kind of feel it sit in your stomach, and it's almost feels like the acid in your stomach, it gets like absorbed by it. Like it feels like some kind of strange magic almost to your reckoning. But you're feeling a lot more steady now. And right about at this point in time, you hear the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs from the lower deck, the lower galley. And Taryn comes up the stairs with a pitcher of water, or a carafe of water, and a like a wooden cup. And she comes up and goes, "Here, Gideon, I got you some water." And as soon as she gets up to the top, she kind of stops and looks over at Shizu's character. Shizu, would you like to tell us what your character's name is?
Yes, her name is Devani.
Devani. She looks at Devani, and she goes, "Oh, who's this?"
This is someone who's just helped me greatly. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. What was it?
Oh, that's because I didn't tell you, but my name is Divine. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Gideon.
Hello, Gideon.
Yeah, it's so nice to meet you, Devani. So she helped you, huh? And she walks up to Gideon, and she kind of like thrusts the carafe and cup in your both your hands. Gideon goes, well, so nice of you. Whatever, Devani, right? It's so nice of you. And she kind of looks at you, Devani, like. This is a look that you probably have gotten several times, Devani, just being a Wayang. Of like, I don't know, it's just like the look of, I don't know what you are. Like, because you are, like, your people are from Tian Sha. Well, not from Tian Sha, but you're inhabiting Tian Sha. But your people do keep to themselves somewhat, and there's not that many of you in this big continent. And so this is a common look you get. But she kind of goes, yeah, this is Gideon, this is my partner, and I'm Taryn. We're going to Geb to the festival. Are you going to the festival too?
As a matter of fact, I am. What a coincidence.
Chen looks at Gideon. Oh, that's so awesome, isn't it?
And this is something that Gideon has seen before, that she just kind of brushes it off as she's getting a little jealous, but she'll calm down when she realizes there's nothing happening. She just gave me some ginger.
Yeah. But this is obviously, this is only like the first few days of an almost like couple of months long journey across the ocean. You guys are on quite a large ship, and so being on the boat going to Geb, you have like Taryn does kind of like, you know, settle down around Devani, because Taryn is very defensive of you, we'll say. But you two do find that you have you enjoy your trip on the boat, and Devani is a very interesting person that you know, you two kind of make friends with. You make friends with each other. It's almost like a similar kind of vibe. Once you guys are just a few days out from the eastern Garan shore of Geb, it kind of starts to sink in. Once you guys land on the shore of Geb, the festival's not like it's not happening yet. It's still like a little ways away. You guys are not landing and immediately going to the festival with your new friend Devani and you know, with your SO Taryn. It's much like, you know, immigrants that are moving to a new country that have made friends with the other immigrants on the boat, and realizing slowly that once you reach the shores of the country you hope to like work and live at, you're going to go your separate ways. And it's kind of a bittersweet thing, like being able to make this kind of friendship outside of Tian Sha, outside of your family, outside of your significant other. but then having to say goodbye once you reach Geb. And of course, when you guys actually do reach the store, there are the promises of, oh, of course, yeah, we'll meet up, we'll see each other again. But you know, it is the reality that maybe that's not true. But you're here. You're where you want to be. You're with Taryn. You're somewhere new. That's the good thing. You're somewhere new. It's time to start a new life. In Devani, it's time for you as well to start your new life and to start your work. When you guys reach Geb, what do each of you? What's your game plan once you guys reach Geb? I'm going to start with Gideon first.
Really just finding more odd jobs and finding a town to settle down in.
Honestly, you don't make it very far outside of Mekatar in your endeavors of finding a place to stay, because outside of Mekatar, the capital city of Geb, and where the largest port is to Geb, there's not that much out there. There are a few other cities that used to be outposts during the Nex and Geb War that have turned into big cities, but a lot of the countryside of Geb is either farmland being tended by, well, I wouldn't say you know what they're being tended by. We're just going to call it cheap labor.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that the land is wasteland. Wasteland, desert, and farmland along the rivers and the waterways. So if you wanted to travel to another place, you would have to, get enough money to, charter a cart and go somewhere else. But you kind of like your odds in Mekatar. It's a very big place, and there's plenty of odd jobs here. Honestly, the oddest of jobs, if I were to say. The populace of Geb is quite interesting. It is very, very different. The air here, it is very still. There's a sense of finality almost everywhere in the city. A constant sense of finality. Not like everything is ending, but everything like the end has already happened. Because a lot of the inhabitants are undead. They've already died. They've already lived their mortal lives, and they're just kind of carrying out and mimicking what lives they once had. But you and Taryn are able to find a cheap little place in this area in Mekatar. I'm going to put everyone on this map now so we can get a look at this. This is Mekatar.
Ooh.
You and Taryn find a place in this area of the city. It is called Vassal Alley. It is a cramped little shithole. But it is, a livable shithole. It is basically like a gentrified part of town where a lot of the living actually live here. The quick, as you've discovered that they call the living.
Mm-hmm.
And you're able to get some work and have a steady, you have a nice little place to live. You live in the upstairs room of a carpet store or something, something like that, something along the lines of that. And Devani, what about you?
Devani is a lot more. She knows she'll probably be here a little while. She's got things to do. So taking a little time to get to know the place is probably going to be one of her main priorities. She wants to get to know the area, and she'll find a place to stay. She'll pick up your hub jobs. So she'll do a lot of trading. She did bring enough for trying to get some trades going so that she can make connections and a little bit of cash. So those will be her main focuses for now.
Okay. Yeah, you quickly put like your nose to the ground and start finding opportunities for you to make a profit, to turn a profit here. Um, you discover that a lot of the markets here in Geb are not that different than, say, like one of the richer cities in Tian Sha, because a lot of the undead, the undead, a good portion of them are zombies, and you quickly discover that one of the biggest issues of being a zombie is that you kind of stink. You kind of have putrid, rotting flesh, and so you stock up on perfumes and veils and like stitching supplies, and are hawking it at like street corners. You start like selling it at shops, like supplying merchants and stuff like that. You go out to like the, you know, like you kind of do the footwork of like going out and selling all these things, and strangely enough, you don't catch a lot of the those glances you got at Tian Sha of like, what the fuck are you? It seems people are much more accepting of what you look like here in Geb. Not a lot of criticism for how you look. Although they don't really ask any questions about what you are. That doesn't make them any more interested or courteous, I suppose. But, you know, it's a nice change of pace. But yeah, you start to try and like, you know, you kind of haggle your way into like living in like a storage space of like a merchant's like storehouse or something like that. Like a little corner you can like put up a you know, like a cot or something to sleep in. And rent a space in there as well to like store various like, you know, goods you're selling. So you are, you know, having a pretty successful start, to be honest. Although you've not really done a whole lot of progress on why you're here. And you're thinking that once the festival arrives, it might be a very good chance for you to get some information on that.
Yes, it would.
In another part of the city, we turn to the Ebon Mausoleum. The Ebon Mausoleum is it is basically an institute of learning of the magic of necromancy. There are many necromancers and scholars and librarians there who safekeep and educate the next generation of necromancers and pioneer new and exciting ways to make use of this sort of stigmatized magic. There are experiments occurring every day. Some are altruistic, others not so much. Some are helpful to the greater humanoid populations of Galarian, the planet that you guys are living on. And other experiments verge on the macabre and horrific. But in the libraries of the Ebon Mausoleum dwells a single interesting individual who is also originally from Tian Sha, although they were not born there. At least not this time. Fern, would you please describe your character?
So, Vishari she's humanoid in pretty much every sense, other than she is bright blue. And like kind of a periwinkle kind of blue. And she has these kind of, you can tell kind of where she's looking, but her eyes are kind of very white and very blank and kind of darting everywhere. And at the moment, she is in the library, and she is stood on her head.
What?
So she's currently in the middle of an experiment,
Right?
which requires her to be doing a headstand.
Okay.
And she's doing a headstand and she's balancing. She kind of like moves a foot a little bit. And then after about 30 seconds, she kind of stumbles a little bit and falls down and then scribbles something down. She's like, right, okay, yes. 40 seconds, got it.
Yeah, you like fall down, and you hit with a thump on the ground, and you scramble to start like recording your your findings of this experiment, and you hear the sounds of someone like stepping, like walking towards you from like not like, because I imagine you're in the library, right? Like this like large
Yeah.
this large room with like bookshelves and stuff. You hear someone from like a few bookshelves rows down kind of like walk over and peek around the corner, and it's one of your fellow librarians, one of your co-workers. His name is Salim, or rather, his name is Salim.
Okay.
And he leans over and goes, "What are you doing?"
Salim, have you read this book? And she kind of like, she wedges a book out from like, she's kind of fallen like Family Guy pose style.
Yeah.
And so she's fallen like, there's like books everywhere, and she's kind of fallen onto one of them, and she kind of pulls it out from underneath her and kind of waves it.
Right.
It's like, have you read this tome, Salim?
He leans in and hold on one second, I gotta check something real quick. He leans into the book, and Salim, by the way, is he's a zombie man. He's wearing like a black veil over his face, and he leans in and he like lifts up his veil, and I'm gonna actually get my dice out. And he looks at it and goes, no, this library has hundreds of thousands of books. I may be undead, but you cannot expect me to read every single one of them. What is the meaning of this, Vishari? You are making a ruckus.
The author of this tome posits the argument that the line between consciousness and unconsciousness is where the greatest enlightenment is. Have you ever heard the phrasing that is and she kind of like stands up and kind of paces a little bit. You can tell that she's kind of trying to articulate something that's quite kind of vague, and it's quite kind of ethereal, and she's kind of having trouble trying to like turn it into words. And she says, "They say that sleep is just death being shy. You understand? It's how you prepare for your body to cease to be. So finding unconsciousness is the beginnings of understanding the line between life and death."
He holds his hands out and he's like, Vishari. Like you're still going for like a while. He's like, Vishari, He's like slowly raising the tone of his voice. Vishari! And then there's like a noise, like a voice from like further down the library goes, "Be quiet!" And Salim kind of goes, just like smacks his head and goes, "Damn it, Vishari."
Salim, you can't shout in the library.
I know, but you make it seem like my blood still flows and it boils within me. Which is to say, you, Vishari, perhaps you should enlighten me by perhaps continuing the transcribing we are supposed to be finishing today. We have lots of work to finish before the festival.
You never take me seriously, Salim.
It seems that you never take the Ebon Mausoleum librarian position seriously either, Vishari. You have many wonderful ideas, but you waste your thoughts on these rabbit holes.
She kind of dusts herself off and she kind of puts the book back and she's like, as lovely as this library is, Salim, this isn't where I'm supposed to be.
Well, it is where you are now. And I want you to understand, I do not dislike you, Vishari, but I do wish you were to take this position a little more seriously.
She kind of frowns a little bit, and she kind of she looks like a toddler being scolded. She kind of like folds her arms and scowls a little bit, and she's just like, you mistake my aberrance for flippancy.
He just kind of very calmly puts his hand on your shoulder and goes, I do not mistake you for anything, Vishari. You are a bright individual. Just a bit strange.
It's only strange if you don't understand what I'm doing.
That's kind of what strange means.
I suppose that is kind of what strange means, yes. She kind of opens up a little notebook, makes a note, clicks it shut again.
He kind of like nods. He goes, I'm glad we agree. Now, would you kindly assist me with the transcribing? And I'll tell you what, whenever we finish this, I will help you in your experiment. Just do not tell the head librarian.
Salim, you would?
Yeah, he immediately regrets it. He immediately regrets it. Yes.
She does when little kids need to use the bathroom, they do the pee-pee dance. She kind of hops from foot to foot, does the little pee. She's like,
I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Salim.
She's trying not to yell.
Vishari, I want you to make a perception check. And
okay.
Whenever you make a perception check, anytime I ask any of you to make a perception check, it is always a secret check. And what that means is that only I see the result of it. And so for you to do that, you simply have to click on the left column of your sheet. There is the
eyeball with the line through it.
Exactly.
Yes. Hacha.
All right. Also, don't look at the stream for this because you'll see what your roll is.
I'm close. What? Yeah, I mean, I did think about that, but it would ruin the surprise.
Yeah, this is purely so chat can see it. I think I'm going to change the settings a little bit so
Okay.
even chat can't see the rolls, but for now, chat can see the rolls.
Okay.
So, Vishari, there is like a part of your nature we should probably address, just in general. The fact that what dwells within you is, well, a long line of Visharis. Not necessarily all Visharis, because you've not always been Vishari. Sometimes you are other people as well. But you have these very, like, almost dream-like memories of different times, different people, different events that sort of appear in your life. And you getting very excited and doing the little pee-pee dance sort of throws you back. Like, it sort of stirs this little, like, mist of a memory inside of you. Although you don't quite see exactly what that memory was, or what exactly it is, or what it entailed, but it does sort of, like, reinforce this, like, giddiness inside of you. It's almost like this sort of nostalgia that sort of doubles in on itself on like, just like on your emotions right now, like you feeling the giddiness and the nostalgia at the same time. It's like something similar that happened to you in a childhood long ago. And Selim kind of sighs and goes, yes. Now, please let this let us get on with it, okay, Vishari? Let us get on with it.
All right. Maybe I can, I don't know, maybe I can explain it while we're doing stuff.
Yes. We can talk while we work. And talk and walk at the same time. And he kind of puts his hand on your back and like ushers you towards where the work is.
I kind of like simmer down just a little bit, and it's like, well, even if I do explain it, it'll just go in one ear and out the other one like it normally does.
Yes. Just
It's kind of like
it as we go.
playful but not unkind.
Yeah, it's already going in through one ear and out the other. He's like, yes, of course, Vishari, of course. Now, and he starts like explaining, like dictating the work you need to be doing. Let's see. So you are finishing up your work, and getting like, there's like a long laundry list that Selim like kind of expounds upon you of like all the work that needs to get done before the festival. And the festival has been the talk of the town lately.
Yes.
Just lots of people getting excited over seemingly some kind of like big, hullabaloo. It's interesting to you because you've been a resident here in Geb for, well, this lifetime. So you kind of know like the ins and outs of what's going on in general anyway. A lot of like the politics and like kind of cultural schisms, it doesn't interest you as much. You're much more interested in like higher platitudes. But you do know that in Geb there are these great factions that have like this play in, or like it has like to do with the running of this country. If you want, Vishari, roll me a society check.
Yes. Let me find the society button real quick. Do I press the +4 or do I press the little dice?
Click the dice.
Hacha! Oh, it does the right. Got it.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of know like the baseline information of some of the factions. What you really know is that it's the Celebrants that is putting the festival together. The Celebrants is evidently a newer faction, newer in the schema and lifetimes of the undead, which is quite broad. but much newer in like the perception of the country itself. The other factions, well, they've been around a lot longer, but the Celebrants is putting the festival together. The Celebrants are putting together lots of parades and parties and get-togethers all the time. And one thing you do know about the Celebrants is that they are closely tied to the Church of Urgathoa, which is the patron deity of the undead. I imagine that at least that part of the politics would interest the Shari.
100%. She's very on board with the deity of the undead. She's very intrigued by her.
Yeah. So, you get to work, and then we are going to. First, I need to ask one of our players here before we even introduce her. White Wolf, where does your character? Where do you think they're originally from? Are they from Geb? Or are they from somewhere else outside of Geb?
I think they're from Geb, yes.
Okay. Is their family in Mekatar?
Yes.
Okay. So, in one of the nicer parts of town, we have, instead of like the normal skeletons and zombies and ghouls, what some of the upper crust would consider the less powerful, less worthy undead of this country. We have the ghasts, the vampires, the other much more gifted, magically powerful creatures, undead that run this country. Creatures that have lived several lifetimes and, of course, accrued several lifetimes of wealth. In one of these sort of pish-posh parts of town, in an estate that is sort of lined with ivory and obsidian, beautiful ruby gemstones, encrusted skulls, decorating like the gardens and bird baths, beautiful ivory iron doors, wide gateways and courtyards. There is one of our other players who is living a very comfortable life, although I don't think she would consider it very comfortable. As a servant comes in and with a change of clothes and breakfast for the day, and a letter from the masters of the house to this occupant, their daughter. White Wolf, would you please describe your character?
Alrighty, my character's name is Elenara, or Elle. She's not picky about what you call her, except if you call her late for dinner.
Have you been sitting here this whole time waiting to say
Yes, I've been sitting here this whole time waiting to say that.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So describe, what does Elenara look like?
Okay, so Elenara is a vampire with smooth, bare complexion and honey-colored eyes. She has long, wavy hair she has long white hair that's not quite straight, not quite curly. Some days it can't seem to decide what to be, but she keeps it pinned back most days so it doesn't get in the way.
Right. So there's a servant that is obviously come into your chambers, bearing a change of clothes, breakfast, and a letter. The servant is one of the custom-built servants that your father has sort of commissioned from the reanimators. A zombie with 4 arms that is able to carry several things at once and be able to braid his wife's hair and also shine his shoes at the same time. This servant doesn't have a name officially, but what would you call the servant, Eleonora?
I would probably call the servant Jude.
Jude comes in. Jude doesn't speak much. Usually Jude speaks in like simple phrases and words. That's why he's carrying, or they're carrying, the letter. And Jude comes in and just sort of bows, says, "Oh," and sets down the this gown and this like beautifully like opulent looking gown and a plate of breakfast, and hands you the letter.
She sort of opens the letter a little bit suspicious because, you know, with all the things going on nowadays, it's sort of hard for her to trust whether this is a good letter, a bad letter, or maybe it has bad news, maybe it has good news. She doesn't know. But her curiosity sort of gives in, and she opens it and sort of scans over it quietly, maybe even mumbles the words a little bit to herself.
It is written in the hand of your mother, very light and beautiful, wide, wavy handwriting of a socialite vampire woman that has written many letters in her several lifetimes of living, or unliving, I should say. And it basically reads, "Eleonora, my dearest, sweet honey badger, darling daughter, me and your father have discussed your concerns with our staff and the various expenses we've made lately. And, well, we would like to apologize to you, dear. We are so sorry to have troubled you with all of this knowledge of this higher problems and issues outside of what must be just such a small perspective for you, dear. We're so sorry to expose you to that dangerous part of this society, knowing what servants are doing and what their names are. Ghastly. And so as an apology, we have commissioned a world-renowned tailor to knit this beautiful gown that we'd love for you to wear during the festival in Mekatar."
My character sort of picks up the dress and kind of examines it a little. She sort of runs her fingers over the material, sort of trying to take it all in. And then she wonders if Jude could possibly help her dress, because there's this sort of thing at the back that's sort of hard for her to do on her own.
Jude knowingly nods and garbles, tries to say a word but is unable to, and is able to try and assist you with the gown and helping you get it on. It is, well, it is garish. It is a very clearly like a very expensive gown. Like, you know that they probably commissioned like an elven weaver from Avestan to weave this dress, and the lace itself on the like on the fringes probably was another elven weaver, from probably somewhere else, maybe even the Mwangi. And just like wearing this dress, you feel the weight of the gold and platinum coins that probably went to pay for it.
She sort of appreciates the effort that went into making this dress, because it must have taken hours, if not days, to make sure every detail was exactly right. Like, even when it's on her, she'll still be sort of running her fingers over the material of her sleeves, of the neckline, of the waistline, just appreciating the effort that went into creating this dress. This very beautiful, maybe too beautiful for her dress.
Even Jude is able to, like, as they help you get into the dress, you are, going over the craftsmanship, and it is beautifully crafted. Obviously, like, your parents can afford the best there is. But as Jude sort of, like, utters a single, like, word with more than one syllable, which is rare for Jude, they go, pretty. You kind of look at Jude and the clothes that they are wearing. They're nice as well. And you kind of, like, see the state of, like, their stitching on the extra arms and just the sagging skin on their face. And it is, like, it's sort of a change in, it's like a juxtaposition that you've always lived in, Elunara. Being this person that has always gotten the best, always been taken care of, but always being around people that look up to you and make sure you're taken care of and, admiring you, but they themselves are suffering and may not even know it. Especially here in Geb, where the undead sometimes don't even have their own free will. Elunara, give me a society check.
Society check, okay. Alright,
It's under your proficiencies tab. It's the one with the hand. And society is in the left,
okay,
the left
there
column.
we go. Alright, I see. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, Elunara, you know that your mother is a part of the Reanimators, one of the great factions of Geb. She is not a necromancer herself. She is more of a, she's more of like a pencil pusher, I suppose. Although, a very important one, the supervisor, carrying out audits of farms and organizations and businesses, organizing internal logistics and trade of the country, of its food, and just the undead workforce that keeps this country running. And not only that, your father is a very important minister in the Tax Collectors Union, which is a great faction that his entire existence is based on the fact that undead don't really die, and they don't really give up their assets or their wealth whenever they die, whenever they continue living forever. So there had to be a faction that oversaw a lot of that wealth and put it back into the country. And your father has a finger on the finances of some of the most rich and wealthy individuals in this country, and is compensated for it, and has accrued his own wealth in his time. Your father was once an adventurer that had seen the world and the sights, but there is many servants and people in this country that are, well, they will never see that wealth. The farms that your mother audits and helps run, they are run by husk zombies that are kind of left out in the fields, that work until their bodies fail them, until they are just spare parts for another zombie. It is this like stark cruelty that only seems to be apparent to you in this family, in this household. And what does Elenara want to do about that?
So Elenara sort of has noticed that the servants have not been, they're not treated like she is, even though they live under the same roof, and she thinks that anyone who lives under the same roof as herself and her family should be given at least some compensation for their efforts. But she can't really express this opinion out loud because of what her family might think, or they might try to say, oh, that's not your responsibility to worry about, or things like that. Sort of try to I think the word is belittle her opinions and feelings, and sort of try to not make her feel that way, even though she's felt this way for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the letter from your mother is very clearly condescending on that fact, where clearly you've like raised your concerns to your parents, but your parents don't even think that, don't even consider that. They just think that you've just kind of, been put under the stress of managing something that's beyond your capabilities, and just thinks that, you're some kind of child to be coddled.
Yeah.
And right about this time, there is a knock at your chamber door.
I sort of stare at the door for a minute, sort of trying to collect myself and to gather my thoughts and sort of try to push down what is trying to come up. Like all these feelings, all these thoughts and emotions, and just sort of push it to the side for now. She can worry about it later. She goes to open the door, but sort of hesitates at the same time. She sort of takes a breath and opens the door.
You open the door, and as soon as you see the person on the other side, there is like this sort of feeling of relief. It's not your mother or your father or another servant. It's actually a man that you might even consider as a mentor. He's a man that works for your mother. He works at a corpse stitcher firm in Mekatar that works on the labor husk zombies that are kind of operate as like teamsters and moving around cargo in warehouses in Mekatar. He is an older gentleman with gray hair. He's balding. He's not undead. He's actually human. He wears this long white, simple white and black robe. He has these round rimmed spectacles. He's like an old man, tawny skin, amber eyes. He's kind of like his spine is curled up a little bit, and he sees you and immediately smiles and goes, "Ah, hello, Nara. It is good morning. It is so good to see you." This is Ubaid. He is he's kind of like an uncle, an unofficial uncle, you know. What's his name? Ubaid.
All right, so I greet Ubaid with a smile, and you can tell that she's feeling relieved. Her shoulders drop, her face becomes less scrunched up, less tense, and she holds the door open a little wider just to let him inside.
He steps inside, and he kind of goes, "Ah, I wanted to stop by and say hello and check in on you, and I had also heard that some of the servants needed some stitching, so I wanted to stop by and check on them. Jude!" He walks over to Jude. "How are you doing?" And he kind of pulls out like from his like inner robe pocket like this stitching needle and like these big thick like threads, like heavy duty threads, and he goes, "Oh, you're one of your anterior arm stitches are coming loose. You little zombie boy, you let me fix you up, okay?" And he kind of starts sewing up Jude and goes, "Hello, Nara. I see you are wearing a very pretty gown, young lady."
She sort of smiles and says, "It is beautiful. They certainly know how to pick them."
Goes, yes, but the beauty of the gown could never eclipse the beauty of the young woman wearing it. You are so beautiful. Reminds me of my wife when we were young."
She smiles fondly, and even though vampires aren't supposed to blush, you can sort of see her. If she was able to blush, she would be blushing, but in more of an affectionate way, like, "Oh, that's really sweet."
He goes, "So are you planning to go to the festival?"
I'm still thinking about it, really.
Okay. Well, have you thought more about about coming over to the firm and maybe doing a little bit of work there?
I have thought about it, yes. It's been all I can think about for the past little while, but I'm not sure if my mother would let me.
I'm sure she'd be fine. I spoke to her myself, and I think she would be okay putting you in my care. I think, despite the way she acts, she is only worried about you. And, well, I think we're all worried about you. I would love to have you come and do some work for me, get some real world experience, maybe get you to make some friends. And your stitching skills are quite proficient already, and I think you could really make a difference for some of these poor zombies and ghouls that have arms falling off, teeth falling out of their heads, and well, despite being from a family of vampires, I know that you have a good heart.
She smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. Like, there's almost a sort of, not really sad, not really happy look. Just sort of a, so I don't really know how to describe it, and neither does she. Like, she doesn't know how to describe this emotion, this feeling, but she sort of clears her throat and goes, "Well, it would be an honor to work with you. You taught me so much already."
he finishes like the stitches on Jude, and he like very like meticulously puts the thread and a needle away back in this kit that he has, and fastens it back inside of his robe pocket, and he walks over to you, Eleonora, and Ubaid does not have like this like standoffish, like I don't know. He's not very standoffish like your mother or father. Like he gets invested. He gets into it, and he kind of walks up to you and stands not too far away from you, like looking you right in the eyes. Like his face is like maybe like a foot away from yours, and he looks at you with this kind of like this like examining, like piercing look, and he goes, "Eleonora, what is wrong? Did something happen?"
I want to say something like, where do I begin? Because honestly, there's so much on my mind, so much inside me that if it were to get out, I don't know what would happen. But instead, she sort of shakes her head and sort of insists that all right, that there's no need to worry. Whatever it is, it's nothing. Like,
before you can even like put that thought out into the world, Ubaid kind of like he holds up his hands, and they like have that like old man shake as he like kind of holds his hands and puts them up to your cheeks and goes, "It is all right, Eleonora. It is okay. You are a young woman with a full life ahead of you. You have so much potential. There is no point in bottling it all up and wasting away. That is no way to live, even if you are undead. If I ever had a daughter, I would want them to be like you. Now, whatever is bothering you, just know that it is temporary. Okay? Once you get out there, you start doing the things and figuring life out, all of these problems, they will seem so small to you. You just have to get out there. Huh?
she nods and smiles, her tears sort of falling freely, but it's not because she's shedding more tears. It's the tears that she's wanted to shed but kept down for so long. And it's almost like relief.
He takes like a corner of like his robe and just like kind of wipes away your tears. Goes, shh, 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 shh. No need to cry. No need to cry. Listen, it is okay. Now, he does like the old man, like once he like wipes away your face and kind of looks at you and just like kind of beholds you for a moment. He does like the old man clap. Now, I am famished. Jude, would it be okay if you were to also bring me a little breakfast? I'll of course pay you for your time, Jude. And I would, Eleonora, I would love to have breakfast with you. And then afterward, I take you to the firm and I show you around, maybe introduce you. And you work there for a little while, and the festival will come and we'll have fun, okay?
She nods, and you can tell she's feeling a lot more relieved now, a lot more happy, and her shoulders that were, even though they were already less tense when Ubaid walked in, sort of drop even more. So it's like a weight has been lifted off her shoulders.
He just, very like a old man smiles and nods his head, and then you have a nice breakfast with Ubaid, and you go about your day with him. And you for the next like month or so, as like, you know, the festival's a couple months out, you work with him and you get a lot more like accustomed to being outside of the estate and, you know, doing like actual work, and you spend a lot more time with Ubaid. And then as the festival is fast approaching, it is a very busy time, especially for those that are working for the Export Guild. So, for those of you who don't know, which I think is all of you, except for one person here, the Export Guild is, well, they're one of the great factions that is responsible for basically public relations of Geb. They are like the foreign diplomats, outreach. They are the ones that wheel and deal with the other countries of the Inner Sea region. Because Geb is an undead country. It is a country run by evil undead for evil undead. And while, you know, the undead in general are not evil, the practices that many undead have to keep to survive is definitely looked on as with some scrutiny. So, Geb makes other countries uncomfortable. They make each other countries nervous. But Geb is a very valuable country to have relations with, because Geb, their entire economy is based on agriculture, and they export the most agricultural products, crops, livestock, and other various agricultural products. They are the number one exporter of food and other stuff like that in the entire Inner Sea region, and every country within the Inner Sea region buys from them, imports it, and so they keep trade relations with this country, even though culturally they do not agree with this country. But the Export Guild is trying to kind of trying to rehabilitate that image, to make other countries a little more comfortable with them. And so they go out of their way to like hold these festivals and these promotions for tourists and traders and merchants to, you know, make it seem like Geb actually isn't that bad. They even go as far as like pushing away some of like the nastier, more evil undead away from like the ports and the taverns near the ports, so like traders and tourists come in and are, you know, unharassed by these creatures and are unbothered by them. And they are also working with the celebrants to run this festival, to advertise it to everywhere in the Inner Sea region. Even apparently is going as far as Tian Sha. But the Export Guild is very busy, because now, because of the festival, more and more trade has picked up, and also more and more resources are being ordered into the country to help facilitate the festival, as well as more traders, more tourists, all this traffic that's coming in. And some of the workers in the Export Guild are not just, you know, public relations, paper pushers. They're agents, they're producers, they are entertainers, they are diplomats and various things like that. And in the various taverns, hopping from tavern to tavern, there is one of these many employees of the Export Guild sort of staring at this plaza going up near the ports of Mekatar. There's this huge festival ground being built outside the Deathless Arena over here. statues are being erected and banners are being flown and decorations are going up for this festival. And there, with their instrument, is a single individual and their agent standing watching all of this construction work going on. Stonecap, would you please describe your character?
Of course. Currently, I am a slim yet toned purple furred fox with very poofy, colorful clothing. Shoulder pads are like a brighter pink, got a purple vest. Very showy looking kind of person. He always has an instrument in his hand at any given time. Doesn't matter what it is. And yeah, he's very bright.
Yeah, you are sticking out like a sore thumb, and that's probably exactly what you want.
Yeah.
You are there are people kind of turning heads, but you are somewhat known in this area of town. You do work here, after all, and your work kind of involves you being well known.
Mm-hmm.
But standing next to you is a sort of a skeleton who's half your size. They are wearing a black robe, and they have a green gem that's embedded in their forehead, and they've got gold trim around their eye sockets. And they're just kind of flipping through this book they have and jotting stuff down, and kind of mumbles and goes, yeah, we really got you. Well, we really got to get you into this big event, guy. I think I could place you right up there on that stage, right before the big guy comes down, and you are gonna be there welcoming him. You know what I mean?
That'd be fantastic if you can get it to happen, yeah.
Listen, as your agent, if my name ain't Jimmy Bones, I'm gonna get you on that stage, okay? I just gotta get to talk to some of my contacts at the Export Guild, all right? I can pull a couple of strings here and there, but trust me, I'm gonna get you up there, and you are gonna make me proud, right?
You better believe it. I gotta be the best for the best, right?
Absolutely. But on top of that, I am gonna have to schedule, I've got 4 other gigs scheduled for you during the festival, okay? I know it's a lot, I already know. You're already overbooked as it is, but think of it as an opportunity. It's gonna be pretty lucrative around this time of year, and this kind of festival ain't gonna happen again for a long time, so you gotta cash in, you know what I mean?
Yep. All smiles, you know me, Jimmy. I can do it.
Yeah.
I have to do it.
That's my boy, and he kind of smacks you on the back. All right. Oh yeah, how the little brats doing? They doing okay? Little siblings?
Right now, they're doing pretty good. Hopefully, this big event will give me that income I need to maybe treat them a little bit.
Yeah. Yo, buy him a little something nice. Tell him Jimmy Bones helped you get that one. You know, get you a little extra oomph, get you out there. You know, I treat you right. You know me.
Yes, you do, Jimmy. Where would I be without you?
Probably still sleeping in that gutter I found you at, kid.
Yep. Appreciate it, Jimmy.
Cheer up, kid. Listen, you are gonna be a star, all right? And listen, between you and me, I'm kind of worried guy, like, once we have this gig, you might be going on to another agent. You might be going on to someone bigger and better than me. You might be doing regular shows right there in the Cinerarium. Think about it. And he kind of gestures to like the huge ebony, like obsidian pyramid that is in the center of town, which is the seat of power for the Ghost King that runs this country, Geb.
Guy's eyes just kind of light up looking at it a little bit, thinking of just the possibilities that being able to perform there would mean, not just for himself and his career, but just how being up there would be good for his family.
Yeah, he kind of closes the book, slams it shut, and kind of puts it into his pocket and goes, all right. I think that's enough game plan talking right there. Let's see. I don't think we got any more gigs for you today, guy. But hey, take it easy, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. We got a gig tomorrow morning at the docks, okay? Bring your best robe. There's gonna be some cute girlies there, and you know they love a man in a slick robe.
All dressed to impress.
Good. All right. Well, you take it easy. I'll see you then. All right. He kind of slaps you on the back.
And hey, Jimmy.
Yeah. What's up?
You know you're like family to me, right?
Ah.
You know how I treat family.
Oh, listen, buddy. All right, we've had this talk. All right, I'm your agent. Okay, I love you, kiddo. But come on, let's keep it professional. You're gonna make me cry. I can't cry.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
I know, but I ain't gonna forget about you like that. Even if I get another agent, you're always gonna be my right-hand man, you know that.
Aye, listen to this guy, he's a sap. Oh my goodness. Listen, I'll miss you too, kid. But, let's not count our chickens till they hatch, okay?
Yeah, you're right. Gotta get my head in the game.
Yeah, listen, bring your A game, all right? Bring it. And then he kind of starts toddling off down the road. He kind of like walks past a lot of the construction. The construction workers kind of like get onto him, and he's like forgetting the way. He's like, "Hey, watch it! Hey, keep it out of my way! Port and Export Guild agent walking through here. Keep your mitts off me." Causing a ruckus as he's going down. He's got a big mouth. Guy, you're just kind of left there watching this construction. What's kind of like, is a guy kind of like got this like rising anxiety inside him at all? Is he like kind of worried? What's going through Guy's mind?
Oh, Guy is absolutely terrified. He knows that getting bigger than he is going to be something that he has to do. He needs that work, and if getting those jobs means being able to have a more steady income and being able to have time for his family, then he knows it's worth it. But he also knows what'll happen if he messes up. He needs this, and he knows that. But he also knows that he has people that are there to support him, and that he is going to do this for them no matter what.
Yeah, inside you there is this sense of sense of duty. Like, this is not just you do have that creative spur to be seen and heard and express yourself, but it's more than that to you. There is this sense of worth of being able to provide this kind of value to people other than yourself. Ever since you had left your home and came to this country with what little family you had. You've held on to that family as much as you could. And it's never been easy. But, you know, there's finally this, like, light at the end of this tunnel of, you know, maybe finally things are, like, you know, going right. You've kind of busted your ass to get here, and now that you're here, you're not going to let it go to waste. Right?
No. I'm not going to let these opportunities slip through my fingers.
So what does Guy do to, like, mentally prepare for this festival?
He's going to do what he does best. He's going to make a little extra money on the side, and he's going to go home and spend time with his family.
And there it is. All right. That is all of our cast of characters. You all, I'm addressing the audience, you all see who your heroes are. But now we move on to the part of the campaign where they will find that call of the hero, the call to adventure. Everyone here has a similar kind of goal of just going through life, trying to exist. Of course, everyone here has their goals. Some are more domestic than others. But they are all here for a reason. So everyone, I welcome you all to the country of Geb. I welcome you, the country of the quick and the dead, and furthermore, I welcome you all to Mekatar, the seat of power for the greatest necromancer who had ever lived and died, the Ghost King Geb. To celebrate his awesome majesty and his recent reappearance in the ruling of his kingdom, Geb has not always been there to rule his kingdom. He tends to delegate that work to his underlings, the blood lords that truly run this country, run the ins and outs of it, but they all know who really is in charge. But to celebrate this, the celebrants are organizing a massive city-wide festival in Mekatar. The festival is dubbed the Dance Macabre. There will be music. There will be dancing. There'll be a tour of Gebite cuisine. There'll be tons of fun to be had and games to be played. And our 5 heroes get to experience all that now. So I'm going to quickly ask you guys here. We are coming up on, real quick, 2 hours and a half, I think, of streaming. When do you guys want to end? Do you want to go for another hour, or do you want to end in 2 hours? How are we feeling?
I would be fine with either of those. Those fit in what I've got
The same.
going on.
Okay.
I don't have any strong feelings either way, to be honest.
Leaning towards another hour, but if it goes over that, and I'm not super time constrained.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I do have this festival planned, and the introductions did go a little longer than I anticipated, but it's fine either way. I do have this festival planned. I'm going to go ahead and do some of that, but for now, before we get into that, we're going to take a break. Okay?
Alrighty.
So we're going to take a 5-10 minute break. Yeah, go everyone stand up, stretch, have a drink, get you a snack or something. I'm going to take a lap.
That's fair.
I'm going to put us back on the chatting screen. And yeah, we can in chat. You guys can chat and talk. If there's any questions about the game so far in chat, go ahead and ask them. I'll answer some of them whenever I get back, or some of these bozos can answer for me.
Alrighty.
I'm
Happens
not a
for both of us.
bozo. I'm fucking cool as hell.
It's me. I'm Bozo.
I'm Ozab.
Love it.
I'm gonna grab chips and then annoyingly crunch them while I just sit here.
Delightful.
Crunch.
Oh, baby.
Alrighty.
Furby.
Guys, I don't want to brag, but I just found a slice of cheesecake in my fridge.
Yay!
I don't mean
Chocolate
to brag,
cheesecake.
but I also just found Hershey's along with those chips.
Ooh, let's go, baby!
Chocolate and chips, the best combination.
Sugar and carbs, let's do this.
Yeah!
Oh, fucking yeah. Brother.
Hell yeah!
I hope you all are ready
It's a little
for
bit stale.
Aw, man.
a little bit stale.
I mean, it's fine. It's okay. I think it's
What
just
if-
got, like, freezer burn.
What is stale if not just well aged?
Oh, there was one time where I was getting breakfast. Okay, I was getting a bagel for breakfast, and I thought, why does it smell funny? But I was like, maybe it's just me. So I put it in the toaster, and I put cream cheese or whatever on it, and then I ate it, and then I didn't know, but it was kind of moldy.
It's like, oh, this
Oh,
cream cheese must be
come
stale.
on.
It was the whole bagel.
You just crunch into the bagel and get a fucking mouthful of spores.
Yeah, I mean, kind of explains a lot, actually.
That's so gross.
Throw up a whole new gut
How did you
biome.
not notice before you toasted the bagel?
I just thought it was me. I thought it was just me that it just smelled funny. But then I was like, not doing that again. And my mom was like, why did you eat it? Why did you do that? Oh my god.
Would have been my question as well, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I know enough now to check them before I eat them.
Oh, okay. Oh, bagels.
What doesn't kill you makes you more cautious.
Exactly.
Nothing is moldy if you're not a coward.
I mean, it honestly
Wasn't
didn't
gonna
bother me
kill
too
you.
much other than my stomach hurt.
Oh, okay. That's not terrible.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello. Isn't moldy bread how they found penicillin?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Mold is just another vitamin, really.
Real.
Vitamin mold.
It's all part of a balanced diet.
Also, I don't know why, but for some reason, like, Jimmy Bones reminds me of Phil from Hercules.
Yeah.
He just does.
He's the best bones man a man could ask for.
I think
Bones
Jimmy
Batty.
Bones might be my favorite character.
I had seen I'd seen a lot
Forget
of
about it.
I'd seen a lot of
Forget about it.
a lot of chatter and comments on the on Ubaid as well.
Aw, yeah, he's so wholesome and sweet. I love him.
I would take
Such a
300
nice
bullets for Ubaid.
Yes.
Well, then you better get ready for the next combat.
Oh man, no. She'll stand in front of him and be like, "No, you gotta go through me first."
We now
For
introduce
sure,
the
it's
Gatling gun.
riddled with bullets.
No.
I am torn to shreds by a machine gun to protect Ubaid.
Have to, what the fuck? Someone, one of my buddies subscribed with a Twitch Prime? What the and I got raided during this? What the hell, dude? I missed all that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
dude.
didn't see that?
Oh.
No, I didn't see any of that.
No.
He was locked in. He was locked the fuck in. He didn't have time to thank people.
I was like,
I will
was
be
only
right
like,
back. I just have to throw something away. Sorry.
no, you're good. You're good. I was just
Found
like,
another moldy bagel.
I was just glancing at like chat every once in a while to see like the basic chat or like what's going on.
Next time I'll cut you off and be like, thanks for the gifted. Thanks to the... With the help of Twitch Prime, you really popped off. I didn't take my medication!
Take your medication. Also, I see some follows. Thank you guys for the follows. I think that's Lucy Deluxe and Sunny and Katarina. Thank you guys.
Oh, I love Sonny.
How are we feeling
I
about
love refrigerator.
the game so far, guys? What's the thoughts so far?
Dude, you're
Come
such a
like the
good
characters.
GM. You're so sick.
Well, thanks.
Chat, drown this man in praise.
What the fuck?
Real.
Can't do that. You can't do that. No.
You
I
can.
Quick, everybody
I wanted
praise
opinions
him.
about the game, not about
Make
me.
him really uncomfortable.
No.
Scrub, you're like really funny and really nice to hang out with,
Oh,
and you always make me feel so seen and so heard and so loved.
God, holy shit, dude.
You're extremely handsome.
Even if you are
have very good linguistic
Stupid
skills.
fucking crocodile.
What the fuck?
You're my favorite reptile dog.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Reptile, comma, dog, not reptile dog.
I have noticed. I realized partway through as well that ads have been running. I think I set the ads to be. Ads have been running through the stream, but I set them as there's only 1 minute of ads every hour, so I think it's a very minimum. So I apologize if you guys ran into an ad while I was narrating or something and you missed something. I apologize.
Yeah, somebody like fully missed the context of who Jimmy Bones was.
Jimmy Bones.
So when
no.
we were all in the chat spamming Jimmy Bones, they were like, guys, there was an ad. Who the fuck
Guys,
is
who the
Jimmy
fuck is
Bones?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm still figuring out all the Twitch affiliate shit because I only just got like officially Twitch affiliate like yesterday.
Oh, jeez.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Hell yeah! Congratulations.
Thanks. I went through an hour and a half of customer service hell to get my phone reactivated for 2-factor authentication for this.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you pronounce that username?
I think that's you just call it Kayla.
Ella.
Yeah, that's Kayla.
Oh,
They go
all
by
of the
K2.
twos threw me off. K2A2Y2L2A2.
Scrub is amazing.
That's fun.
Scrub, buddy.
Is this one of the Star Wars?
Fuck, you're amazing. Scrub is amazing.
Okay,
Scrub is
two.
amazing.
Got it.
God damn you guys.
Yeah.
I want to ask about the campaign.
you
How's the
are.
game going? How is the game? Is everyone okay
Going
with the
great
game?
because of you.
God damn it. Okay. All right.
You are such a good narrator. I'm so
Yeah.
invested in the world.
Oh my god, is it my favorite time of day? Is it love on scrub time?
You
Scrub
better
time. Scrub time. Scrub time.
Scrub time.
I literally have 9 pages of notes, and twice I have written "Holy crap!"
Scrub is a good voice actor.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm listening to like an audio drama.
9 pages
I think-
of notes? My god.
I think I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go back through the VOD when we're done because I have 2 lines.
Me too. I
That's
need to write all this stuff down for me.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been too busy listening to your dulcet tones, just like lying back and being like, yes, very nice.
Well,
Very nice.
while
I love it, Picasso.
what? Well, yeah. What?
I like that.
So as well, while I'm
Jesus
thinking about it,
Christ.
the VOD for this stream, it's not going to go up on my normal YouTube channel, my usual streaming channel. This will be going up on a separate channel called The Scrubgeon Master, because this is my series, The Scrubgeon.
Nice.
Love it.
This is the link to that channel. The VOD will go live there probably later tonight, whenever I do that. Right now, it is like I'm streaming to that channel right now. It's just unlisted, and I'll put it public whenever I remember. Honestly, probably later.
I feel like it.
Whenever I want to.
Yeah, whenever I want.
Whenever the Lord tells me.
But
And
yeah,
subscribe.
I will do that. And also, while I'm thinking about it, because you guys have been heaping so much fucking praise on me, you bastards, I'm going to be heaping praise on all my friends here, and also linking all of their stuff.
Wait.
Like
Friends.
Tonks, here's Tonks' link tree.
wait.
Go say hi to Tonks. She's a very excellent voice actor. Awesome streamer. Love them to death. So glad I get to hang out with them. I'm glad I met them. And then we have the ever so delightful and psychotic Shizu Rivera.
I am psychotic.
9 pages of notes. That
And
is-
delightful.
That is unreasonable. Incredibly talented
Yes.
individual, voice actress, writer, illustrator, artist, streamer. I don't know how you have the time to do anything.
I don't sleep.
Yeah, Shizu doesn't.
Yeah,
Shizu
that's right.
doesn't sleep, fam.
You better get
The
some
whole
sleep
thing.
later. You'd better get some sleep later.
My good buddy
Shizu's
Stone
gonna
Cap,
sleep when she's dead.
who is a good voice actor,
Stone Cap.
even though he doesn't upload
Stone
much.
Cap. Stone Cap.
I'm sure he will upload at some point. He is streaming. He does stream with me on occasion. Next time we actually plan on streaming seamless co-op Elden Ring, so that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Stonecap, when do you want to do
I
I
that?
got everything. I mean, I'm all set for tomorrow if you are, but like actually this time.
Yeah, all right, we can do
Mother's
it tomorrow. I have to run some
Yay,
errands
I'm gonna
tomorrow.
watch. I'm gonna tune in.
Awesome.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, I have to run some errands tomorrow, but after I'm done with that, we can do it. And then
Nice.
Good for
there's
me.
White Wolf's YouTube channel. Go check out her audios.
Woo! Clap, 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 clap.
New friend of the Scrubgeon. Fantastic. I'm so glad to have White Wolf here. I'm glad you volunteered to join this parade of, nerd bullshit.
Well, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. This has been super duper awesome.
Yeah, no problem, pal. No problem. I mean, you were like one of the first people to show interest, so like, thank you, honestly. You kind of got the ball
Yeah,
rolling.
no problem. Yeah.
And then here's the Goops link tree. My good pal Fern, the best
I'm golden.
the best Brit I know.
Yay.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm from an island in the Atlantic.
You sure are, pal. You sure are.
Oh, I live in an archipelago.
I live on an island.
Hi, I live at.
We colonized half the world at one point. Sorry.
Sorry.
See?
Sorry.
My bad.
I didn't
Honest
know.
mistake, really.
I wasn't there, so you can't blame me. But it was pretty bad, apparently. All that rhymed.
All right. Are we ready to get back in the fantasy?
Oh,
Yeah, real quick.
Yes.
I'll dissociate.
Y'all ever drink
sir.
kombucha?
Nope.
No, I've never drank kombucha.
I've tried it once. Fuck kombucha.
All right. Well, all right. Never mind then.
Hold your opinion now.
No, go ahead. I can't do it, but good for you if you can.
Yeah. I
Go
quite
on,
like
Festy.
kombucha. It regulates my digestive system and makes me feel healthy on the inside.
You know
Well,
what?
ain't
That's
that-
very fair.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Can't relate.
Okay, I'm done now.
Dude.
Well, I mean, sometimes I sleep, Shizu. That's the difference between us. Is sometimes I go to bed.
Skill issue.
Okay.
Respectfully.
All right.
Respectfully, skill issue.
All right. The day of the festival is here. It has been the talk of the town for weeks now. And the days leading up to it, there was this like a very like palpable excitement in the air. All of these like beautiful statues and plazas have been put up. Several like stalls and venues were being like set up in the streets and any place that had like any open space in preparation for this festival. Normally in Mekatar, there are several, like hundreds of thousands of banners that fly over Mekatar, kind of like causing this like ever constant shade to fall over the city. It is like a very striking thing to see, especially coming in from port. Gideon and Devani and even Guy, whenever Guy had came here originally, you would have all seen this striking sight of the city of banners over the horizon, billowing in the wind. These banners have been replaced with much more colorful patterns, like bright oranges and yellows and reds and blues and greens, all the various hues of the rainbow, fluttering over the skyline of Mekatar. People wearing these very ornamental headdresses of like large peacock feathers or other like birds of paradise feathers, wearing these like bright dresses of green and blue, golden metal plates and stuff like that. Even the guards of the city, the Bellator Mortis, are wearing a very shiny ensemble of these bright silver and gold lined armor plates as they are patrolling the city's streets. And it is the day of the festival. People are crowding and choking the streets. There's music playing in storefronts and people shouting and hawkers trying to get people to buy their stuff. There's dances and games and all sorts of things going on. I am going to roll a die here at my desk to select one of you guys at random. So all of you start thinking about how you are going to attend this festival. Although for some of you, I will have something special lined up. Actually, more so, think of what you would like to like. What do you have in mind to go? Like, what kind of sights would you like to see at the festival? I think that'd be a good thing to do. Starting with the Shari. So for you, the Shari, I am stop me if this is probably incorrect, but I imagine Vishari is probably has a much likelier inclination to stay inside. But what would Vishari be looking forward to the festival, or is Vishari kind of like, how does Vishari feel?
I feel like she would probably go for like to like get like a little bit of like cultural exchange, you know, to kind of see how the undead folk live and party and stuff. But she wouldn't like go all out, like going on like a massive boozer and like dancing and everything. She'd probably like have some like food and kind of people watch for a while. Just kind of like on the outskirts a little bit, just kind of passively participating.
Okay. On the day before the festival, something strange occurred at work. Salim had approached you in the library, and well, basically the interaction went like this. Shari, are you busy?
No more than usual. Why?
Well, I wanted to ask you something. As you know, tomorrow is the festival, and, well, all the other librarians are going to be working, or not working, but they've called off of work, rather. And tomorrow, I am planning on meeting a friend of mine who lives outside of Geb. They are from another magical institution. I am planning on meeting them at the festival. They've come for the festival. And I would like to introduce you to them.
Oh, why?
He just kind of like he kind of like clearly like looks away from you, like off in the distance, like he's kind of like, because I thought it would be of interest to you.
She kind of like narrows her eyes a little bit because, like, I think Vishari is aware that Salim is aware that Vishari is aware that Vishari's kind of weird. And she's kind of like, she's a bit of an aberration, especially amongst the undead. So in order for somebody to be kind of interest to Vishari, they would probably also have to be kind of another aberration, right? Kind of like a bit of an ugly duckling, a little bit of an outsider. And so while she's kind of annoyed at Salim for being kind of quite vague and not really just like coming out with anything, she was planning on going to the festival anyway. So she would kind of like, she'd probably consider it and just kind of think, well, you say they come from another magical institution, right? What are they studying?
Before we get to that, this is a perfect opportunity for me to talk about a particular action you could take here to get you some more information about Salim. There is an action you can take called Sense Motive.
Can I do that?
Rules are you can try to tell whether a creature's behavior is abnormal. Choose one creature and assess it for odd body language, signs of nervousness, and other indicators that it might be trying to deceive someone. So basically, yeah, I can... it's a secret perception check that you roll to see if you can kind of like... It's kind of like an insight check from D&D. Is the best way to describe it.
Right.
It's
okay.
It's
Cool,
you're sensing Salim's motive here. Like what's going on here.
Got it. So in order to do that, that's just a secret perception, right?
Correct.
Okay,
The
I'm gonna do
rules
that.
say that I should roll the secret perception check, but I think it's more fun for you guys to roll.
Okay, all right, cool. Ha!
Okay. So you definitely get the idea that Salim does have some kind of ulterior motive here, but you don't think he's you don't think he's lying to you, and you don't think he's like it's like malicious or anything like that. Like
Okay.
you don't get any sense like that. It's more so like he's up to something, but it's like nothing like.
He's not being nefarious.
He's not being nefarious. He's not being malicious.
There's nothing right. Okay.
And,
Maybe he just wants me to make a friend.
You ask the question, like what kind of magical institution it is. He why don't you make a diplomacy check with that?
Okay. Hang on. Let me figure it out. Diplomacy. There it is. Hacha!
Okay.
Okay.
Salim kind of goes. He goes. Well, I do not wish to spoil the surprise, but he is a teacher from an institution out west.
Uh-huh. Is that supposed to mean something to me, Salim?
You don't know what I am referring to.
Kind of like, well, I mean, out west. I mean, could I perform a check to see if I know what he means? Would it be like a society check or something? Like, would I understand?
Let's see. Why don't you actually roll me academia lore?
Oh, yes, there's a thing there. Yeah. I have that. Hacha! Oh, it's a bit of a crap roll.
A light kind of sparks in, like in your mind.
Ding!
Yeah, a light sparks. Ding! Oh, he must be talking about the Magambia, which is the oldest institution of magic in the world.
Oh, that is of interest to me. I'm just like to like clarify. I'm just like, oh, you're talking about Magambia.
Yep. The Magambia.
That would be very cool. Okay. Yes. Well, I was planning on going anyway. But I think, yeah. Okay. Let's do that.
Excellent. Then, would you mind taking these with you? And he hands you a huge stack of books. I would like you to help me carry these with with us out to the festival to meet my friend.
Always an ulterior motive, Salim. Am I even going to be able to carry all of these? Like, is this too much?
It's a non-consequential amount, but it is, just he wants you to help him carry books.
Brilliant. Great. Okay. Ugh, fine. Well, as long as I'm going to end up putting them down somewhere, then fine.
Yes, don't worry. We will try to locate him tomorrow as soon as we can. I have already, communicated with him, and we have a plan to meet up.
Well, if I'm carrying books to the festival, is this library business?
No. It's personal business.
Oh.
Friend of mine. Like
So
I said.
I'm not getting paid for it then.
Well, I think you will be compensated in a way that you will appreciate.
Oh, knowledge. She kind of nods and taps her head. Knowledge.
Yeah, he kind of like slowly nods and said, "Yes, that's right."
I think Salim thinks I'm stupid. All right. Well, in any case, I agree. I agree. That sounds like a good time.
All right. You and so the day of the festival, you and Salim have plans to go there. You go with Salim. You meet up with Salim with these these books you're helping him carry, and he's also carrying his own share of books as well.
Okay, so I'm not just his pack mule then.
Yeah, you're not just a pack mule. He genuinely had too much stuff to carry, and the streets are packed. If you have like any kind of like agoraphobia or like fear of crowds and things like that, it would be bad for you here. I'm not saying you do have that, but if you did, it would suck. It's
She's like mildly uncomfortable.
There is like a sort of like sensory overload here with all the voices and the loud noises and music and people kind of jostling you as you're moving around. But there are also these like bright colors and dancers that are like down the street and performers and stuff like that. And you are following Salim down the busy streets out here, and you come like past this pair of buildings into like not really a back alley, but kind of like a small like plaza behind several buildings, in like this quadratic formation. And
sure.
Salim sets these books down on like this like outside like dining table with like this glass top. Sets the books down and pulls up a chair and sort of like exhales and goes, there is just too much traffic on the streets today. I'm not sure I'm going to make it.
I'm gonna pop mine down as well, and just like thunk, just put them down, and then kind of roll like my hands into the small of my back and do like the big kind of back stretch, like my back.
Yeah, he kind of looks at you and goes, I wish I could do that. If I were to even try, I may not be able to bend forward again.
You would probably break in half, yes, Salim.
Yes.
I'm going to have to buy you a wagon one of these days.
A wagon could not fit through these damn streets. Look at the people. So many.
Well, they'd move out the way. There's a wagon.
I have my doubts. But regardless, we've made it. We are here. But it seems my friend is not here yet. I guess we'll have to wait a while.
Yeah, where is here, Salim? Why are we just kind of in a back alley?
This is no back alley. This is like a drinking, dining, lounging area.
So like a fancy back alley?
I don't know of any fancy back alleys, but at least there's furniture and nobody trying to stab you and feast on you.
That is true. Can't really argue with that.
Besides, there's a nice coffee shop here. And he gestures one of the buildings nearby, and lo and behold, there's like a nice Gebite coffee shop just like right there at the storefront. Although it's like kind of like the back side of it is like kind of bare. Like it seems like this is where they would usually meet customers, but clearly all of the customers are out on the streets.
Do I have any money on me?
Yeah, you probably have some money on you.
Salim, would you like a coffee? I'm kind of like, I'm a little bit dry.
Yes, actually, I would like a coffee. The stimulation would be good.
What would you like? What do you want? I'm gonna go and get one.
I would just like the strongest black coffee they have.
Okay.
Can I do is it like obvious like what kind of? Because obviously Godoy, it's a coffee shop. But
Yeah.
like, is it obvious from like the outside what kind of stuff they sell? Do they just do like coffee, black, or do they do just like I don't know? Do they do like cold drinks? Is this like
You know,
ye
like
old Starbucks?
those kind of like pour over like Turkish coffee places.
Oh yes, excellent.
Yeah, it's
Good.
kinda like
This is
that.
brilliant news. Nice. Okay. I was just like, okay. Salim, you sit here and kind of watch the books for a sec. I'll go get us a coffee. We can take a little break.
Okay, thank you, Vishari. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I kind of turn on my heel and kind of
Before you like make it off too far, he goes, Vishari, here, and he hands you a couple silver pieces. I'll pay for it.
You don't have to pay. I'm offering. You can.
I'll
pay
pay
for the next
for it,
one.
please.
Okay. All right. Well, consider this. I'll consider it my payment for having to hoof your books everywhere.
Yes, that is acceptable.
Okay.
I take the silver and I kind of wander up like kind of cautiously because I don't think I remember this particular coffee shop. Like I haven't really been here to like this area before. Like most of the coffee that Vishari drinks is from like ye old water cooler, you know, in the library.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
So she's just like, ugh.
Whatever the catering is.
But
and,
it's
like,
very
the
rare
thing
that she
everyone's
kind
like-
of. Yeah, exactly. Like ye old coffee machine.
Yep.
That's just, like a little bit like busted. So she's probably not been to this one before. So can I do like can I do like a perception check and kind of see what like the vibe is? What do they do?
Yeah, roll a perception check. Secret perception check.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's actually a somewhat exotic coffee place.
Oh,
A
how
lot
lucky.
of like the signage on the coffee place. Obviously, some of it is like very clearly like written in Necrol and in Assyriani.
That's okay.
Which is
I
the common
speak
language.
Necrol.
There is like a lot of like other signage here that's in like Elven or like some other like Elvish like script.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So
But
there's, like,
yeah, you get the gist that they just do coffee. You're not sure if they do anything like extra like that, but yeah, they do like various different kinds of coffee. You can get like different kind of roasts and stuff like that.
Sick.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wander in. I'm gonna head in. Paint me a picture.
Well, the inside of the building is actually quite calm, but you did walk past like a stall that smells of coffee that you assume is probably like where they are like set up right now, because you come inside and you realize there's not really anyone in here, but you do like have like that wave of like the coffee smell hit you, like, and cream and sugar and somewhere in here. Also like very strong spices as well, like cardamom and cinnamon and stuff like that.
Nice.
But yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone is attending the shop. But there are like they have a stall up front where there's like fucking hundreds of people like going through. But I can say that after like waiting a little while, you finally get up the front, and these beleaguered like coffee like employees are like, "What can I get you?"
I will have one black coffee, please. And whatever your favorite drink is.
2 blacks.
Okay. Can I have some milk in mine, please? Thank you.
1 black with milk. Next.
I think they call that a white.
Sure.
It's just kind of like I was hoping for like some like, I think Vishari was hoping for some, like, I don't know, some kind of cultural exchange, and she just
some,
kind
like,
of hasn't
beautiful,
received
romantic,
that.
like, you know, like coffee experience. It's just beleaguered workers at a stand, like with like hundreds of people. There's like people like fucking hundreds. People that bumped the fucking stand and like knocked over like the coffee cups and stuff.
Oh no!
And like
They're having a bad day.
every time, like after you've ordered, there's been like at least a dozen like people come up to the front of the stall and go, yeah, I would like and like take like a full minute to figure what they want. And you can see like
Christ.
every time that happens, this poor like worker just dies a little inside.
A little more than they already have.
Yeah. So
Brilliant.
But you do get the coffees, and despite the experience, it's actually quite aromatic. You can tell that despite like, you know, the circumstances, the coffee does smell quite good. You kind of wander back towards where Celine is sitting, resting. Kind of looks up at you and goes, how did it go?
Oh, it was fine. I think I think it's pretty busy over there. They didn't seem very happy to be there, for sure.
I'm just gonna kind of hand him his coffee.
Well, I can understand that sentiment. Thank you very much, Vishari.
No, thank you.
And you guys sit here and have a bit of a coffee. I'm going to jump over to Shizu. How is what is Devani up to at the festival?
So Devani is, you know, she's wandering. She's trying to get information. She's looking around. She's using this opportunity to kind of gauge everybody's sentiment. But she has particular stuff on her because she was like looking around. She figured out that there's a bunch of new people coming in, and Geb can kind of smell.
Right.
So pre-adventure into the festival, probably a few days before, she's been getting ready these like beautiful veils, the kind that covered like just the lower half of your nose, that are like soaked in aromatics to kind of help mask the smell. And she is looking for anybody who looks new, anybody who looks foreign.
Give me a secret perception check.
Sick. It's our first roll.
Let's go. Let's make it a good one.
Hello? Where is? Oh. Secret. Oh. It's just wrong. Beep boop. Oh yeah, mine are pink.
Okay. Yeah, you can spot like you go into like kind of like a flow state as you are like walking through the streets. You've got like, I'm sure you've like very efficiently like packed these on you as you're like kind of like wandering, hawking this stuff from like, you know, doing this for, you know, ever since you've been here. And you have like, there is just like this, I wouldn't call it a stench, but there is like a very strong aroma emanating from you. And it's almost like it causes like the sea of like people to part for you as you like walk through the streets. And people kind of like stop to like stare to like see where's that smell coming from. I mean, throughout the city, there's all kinds of like various incenses and perfumes being sprayed. The smell of dyes and other like bakeries and food smells, but these like heavily aromatic veils you have carrying with you is turning heads, and you don't even really need to like like even like spot people and hunt them down. You are getting plenty of business of people coming up to you, and like various, like a lot of them are like ghouls and zombies who are coming up to you, and they're like, "Oh, I could smell you a mile away. I'm very interested in what you are selling." And you know, you are like making money, and I'm going to treat this as an earn income.
Oh, fancy.
So earn income is something you can typically do in any kind of downtime, and I'm using your perception check as the roll you used. You rolled pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
Are you trained in perception, or are you just an are you trained or an expert? I think you're just trained, right?
I think I'm just trained. Yeah, I'm just trained.
Okay. So, I'm going to treat this as a difficulty 15, a DC 15 task. So you like, you know, you're selling these, but you're not selling them for like, because you have to like you have a lot of product, and to stay competitive, you are selling them at like a very reasonable price, but you do rack up like several like dozens and dozens of like silver coins, enough to make up 2 gold coins.
Fuck yeah.
And just so everyone knows that the denominations of money is copper, silver, or I think it's copper, silver, and then gold and platinum, and they are all multiples of 10. So 10 copper makes 1 silver, 10 silver makes 1 gold, 10 gold makes 1 platinum. So yeah, you make 2 gold out of selling these veils, just in like a matter of like an hour of like wandering through the streets, and then as you're like selling and stuff like that, I'm going to jump over to Gideon.
Yeah.
What's Gideon doing during the festival?
Gideon hasn't been to many festivals, so they're very excited running around. Just wanting to check everything out and see everything that's going on and do as much as they can, but they're also kind of trying to look out for their friend Devani that they made on the boat that they haven't seen since.
Make a perception check. Oh, it needs to be a secret perception check. So you can re-roll that.
Deal.
Oh no, it's weird.
Now it's a 1.
Shit.
You can't say shit.
Okay. Is Taryn with you?
Yes.
So you and Taryn are both like seeing the sights and all like the beautiful dancers and the music playing, and there's something on the wind that you can smell, a very pungent, like aromatic, like stench. Not a bad stench, obviously. It's something like very sweet and alluring about it. And you're trying to like kind of get an idea of where it's coming from, but then Taryn kind of like pulls, kind of comes up to your arm and like pulls you over towards like one of the stalls and goes, "Oh, Gideon, look, they're selling a like it's like a crepe stand. Like, look at that. What is that? I want one."
Gideon would immediately get distracted and follow Taryn and go along and get crepes with her.
Yeah, you get these like like they pretty much are just crepes. It's like this crepe with like all kinds of like beautiful fresh fruit and like these candied something or other. You don't know what they are, but they're very sweet. And there's like this, like it almost looks like stiff milk in it that you're like eating. And it's like, oh my god, this is so good. It's like it's so like you and Taryn are having a great time seeing the sights and like testing all the food. And this is when you start to like smell that smell again after you like a few minutes of like have passed.
Mm-hmm.
And Devani, you are the one who spots Gideon first. As I had mentioned, you've kind of like, as you're walking, you're kind of like splitting the crowd, causing them apart, and you see a like you see there's an individual like through the crowd that you think you recognize, and they kind of stand out because they have like just like a different kind of dress. Like this would be like a kind of person that you would spot and think, oh, that's a foreigner. I could sell something to them. And as you get closer to them, you see like they have a head of like white hair, and it's Gideon.
She'll kind of like go up. She'll probably be a little bit sneakier about it because it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And I'll be like,
Well, I knew I saw a tourist, but I didn't realize it would be you two.
Taryn like turns to you, Devani, and it goes, "Oh, it's like kind of starts snapping everything. It's Gideon. It's
Bonnie, hi. Oh my god, it's so good to see you.
Yeah, Devani, it's so
This-
nice to see you. How are you doing?
This is so fun. What how are you finding it? This
Oh,
place is so fantastic.
Oh, I've been having plenty of fun and success. How about the two of you?
Oh, it's been amazing. We just had these little crepe things that they're so good. You need to come
good.
try some.
Ooh, I do need a break.
and then she'll like look over at the stand, see how long the line is, or if she's gonna wait for it to ebb.
There is like a line, but like the people working it, they're kind of like, it's like those kind of lines where they're like making these crepes like a fucking like, you see like those videos of like the Asian markets where they're making like those big like, you know, street foods, and they're just like they're just dishing out like dozens at a time. It's kind of like this right here, this little crepe stand. So like there is a line, but it's moving, like it's moving on.
Then she'll just be like,
Well, it was nice to see you two. If you're still here when I get back, I would love to talk, but I'm gonna go get me some of these crepes.
As you are, you turn to go towards the line, you bump into somebody, Devani. You bump into into a person. You look up and you see it is a man. This man has a shaved head, dark eyes, dark hair. He's got umber skin, like darker skin. He has a beard and a goatee. He's a human, obviously. He's not undead. He's a human male. He also looks like a foreigner. He's wearing like this multicolored, like orange, yellow, and red, like robe with these like green tassels that are hanging off of it. And as you bump into him, he goes, "Oh, I am so sorry about that."
No, all my fault. It's so crowded here.
Yes, it is quite crowded, isn't it?
Mm.
I've been looking around for hours now trying to find my students.
Oh. Are they lost or are you?
He smiles. He has like this very warm smile as he looks down at you and goes, "It is very hard to tell sometimes. By any chance of he kind of even dresses Gideon in turn. Have you seen two younger people, a boy, a man and a woman? They look like me." And he, gestures to himself. He's like, we are visiting the festival. We are from the Mwangi."
I've been walking around for a while. Can I do a little recall, see if I can remember if I spotted anybody, or have I spotted anybody maybe?
Let's see. Yeah, roll a society check for me. Kind of like, if you can recall.
Absolutely. No. Yeet.
All right, this is another perfect opportunity for a ruling maybe you can employ here. So, as a part of the Pathfinder system, there is a system within it called hero points. So on all of your sheets, yes, on all of your sheets, at the top of your sheet beneath your name, there is a section that has your hero points.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, you start every session with a hero point, but whenever you end the session, if you haven't used any excess hero points, then you lose those, and you start the next session with only one. But you can use these hero points to re-roll a single D20 roll to try to basically give you kind of like D&D advantage. Lets you re-roll it. It's a fortune thing.
Cool.
And we are using a ruling where if you re-roll and roll under a 10 on the die, you add an additional 10 to your roll.
Ooh.
I believe it's called the Keeley's rule.
Oh.
So, also, since the way I'm supposed to hand out hero points, by the way, I've not been making a deal of it because this is my first opportunity of being able to explain it. It's not rolled a lot here. Basically, at every hour of the session, I am supposed to hand out hero points to everyone.
Oh, shit.
So, or not to everyone, but to hand out hero points as I see fit. Usually, it's a reward for good role play, for thinking creatively, or just in general being a hero. And so, since we've been going for 3 hours now, everyone can fill their hero point slots right now. And if you'd like, Devani, you can re-roll that with a hero point. Simply right-click on that check in the chat and then hit re-roll with a hero point.
Oh, okay. Re-roll using hero point.
To roll a 3 on the die, so it adds another 10. So it was below 10, so now it's a 20 total.
Hey, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it. It gives you some consistency in your rolls, which is very, very nice. It feels good.
It helps.
So with that, at first you're like, did I remember? Do I remember seeing anyone like that? But then you remember, no, you did actually see them. In fact, you're pretty sure you sold one of your veils to a young woman that looked somewhat like this man. Of course, not like somewhat like this man as if they're related, but looked like they were from the kind of dress similarly and has the same kind of ethnic makeup. Like they're from like the same country, you know.
Yeah. Was that like a recent, or are we talking like a fucking hour?
It's kind of hard to tell. You don't think it was too long
It's been a
ago,
lot.
but
Okay.
you know, with how the crowd is, you can't really say where they are now. But you know, you can at least confidently say that you did. You're pretty sure you did run into them. You can
Okay.
maybe even point out where that was.
Yeah, if I remember then. So the venue will just be like, oh, yes, actually. I actually sold the young woman one of my veils. Where was that? And she'll think about it for a moment. And she'll be like,
Yeah.
yeah.
He goes, oh, is that right? Well, would it trouble you too much if I could ask you to, help me find her and, of course, my other student? I will make sure you are compensated for your time.
Oh, no trouble at all. Absolutely, I would love to help. I'm pretty good at finding people, so let's walk in that direction.
And she's gonna completely abandon the grapes.
Yes,
Okay, don't worry about it.
Gideon, Taryn is like, kind of like looking up at you and goes, should we go with them?
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Okay. She's kind of like what's up with you?
So that was me. I was blanking for a second.
Okay. Yeah, Taryn goes, oh yeah, we'll come along too. We can help you find them. And the man goes, ah, yes, that would be very helpful. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Sebastian, by the way. I am a teacher.
It's
Hello,
very nice
good
to meet you.
And he goes, oh, could I trouble you for your names?
Devani will do a little polite nod and be like, I am Devani.
Gideon will kind of shove their hand forward to shake hands. And Gideon, good to meet you.
Yeah, he like exuberantly shakes your hand, like he's not shy at all. And he like has like this big grin. He's like, it's very nice to meet you all. And he looks over at Taryn, and Taryn goes, I'm Taryn. Hi. He goes, nice to meet you, Taryn. Well, then please, Miss Devani, lead the way. I am ashamed to admit, but I am very lost in this town.
She'll happily take the lead. She'll be, close enough that, you can still hear and see her around the crowd because she's not exactly very large.
Yeah, you guys are like talking, and he's kind of like, he's also kind of like just like telling his story. He's like, yes, I am from a city called Nantambu in Mwangi, the Mwangi Expanse, and it is a very beautiful big city, but not as large as Mekatar. It is quite astounding.
Oh, yes. I've barely managed to map out about half the city in my head by this point.
He kind of like whistles, goes, whew, half the city, that is impressive on its own.
I have a lot of practice.
And you guys kind of move on through the city. Let's see. I want to try to pick up the pace a little bit so we can move on. Sorry.
You're good.
We are, because I don't want to go too far over. I don't want to keep you guys here forever. Who's next? We're going to go to... yeah, we're going to go to White Wolf. Elunara. Elunara, you right now the festival is going on, and Ubaid has invited you over to the the corpse stitcher firm that he works for. It's like this. It's kind of like a clinic, but with a warehouse, and the warehouse being like a place where they keep body parts and stuff like that on ice, like magical, magical, just like preservation, and various tools and stuff like that as well back there. And Ubaid kind of like has shown you around the whole place by now, and you've been here a few times at this point as like the festival has approached, and the festival is here, and you find yourself in the just like in the corpse stitcher warehouse. There is like the festival going on outside. How do you feel about the festival? Are you excited about it, or are you kind of like, eh?
She's definitely excited about it. She's definitely looking forward to it. Just letting her hair down, having some fun, maybe meeting some new friends.
Yeah, and it's not long before Ubaid shows up, because he had planned to meet you here anyway, and he comes inside and he goes, it is a good day too, Elunara. It is very nice to see you. Look at the hubbub outside. It is so busy, so many people everywhere.
Sort of look out the window and sort of nod. Like I can sort of hear faintly the crowds enjoying the festival, enjoying everything that's going on, even though I can't really hear them clearly what's being said, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
She sort of can pick up something that something exciting's going on, and she sort of looks back and forth from her work to the festival, sort of debating, well, should she stop her work for the day and just go to the festival, or would she keep going and just make sure her work is done first?
Well, much like Ubaid is known to do, he makes your debate unnecessary as he kind of claps his hand together and goes, well, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's go. Come, let's go out and have some fun. I saw there is a stall just down the road that is selling these, it looks like frozen cow milk. It looked and smelled so sweet. I would love to try some. What about you?
She thinks about it for a moment and then she nods. I would like to try some as well.
Now let's get going. Come on. My old bones, they cannot walk very far, but I can walk as far as the whatever it is called stall. We will ask them what it is. It's basically like an ice cream stall. That's what he's describing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's ice cream, and you and Ubaid go out into the streets, and yeah, there is a hustle and bustle out here, and there are guards out, sort of kind of keeping people, keeping the crowds moving, and making sure no one's getting trampled or anything like that. There's dancers and musicians, people who are busking on the side of the street, and Ubaid is Ubaid is kind of like a frail twig in this tsunami of people, but he's for being an old man, he's still quite capable as he weaves through the city streets. But there is a thought kind of going through your head, like, yeah, all like there's all these people, but there is, tomorrow is probably going to be a very busy day with all of like, these undead about. They're probably going to be dancing and throwing their backs out, and there's going to be a lot of stitching to be done. But for now, the festival is here, and you do have this sense of like it's time to like enjoy myself,
Yeah.
But yeah, what else during the festival would Elunara be interested in?
Well, she's sort of looking around all the stalls, and being a vampire, I don't think she'd be able to really eat anything. So she sort of eats the food with her eyes, like in that sort of sense. And she's just enjoying herself, looking around, and maybe even sort of moving to the music a little bit. Like, she's not the most graceful, even though vampires are supposed to be super graceful, super composed, and all that. She's sort of like, well, I don't really care how silly I look. I just want to have fun. I just want to dance. I just want to laugh and to smile. And she just wants to have fun.
Yeah, you're kind of like swaying to the music that's being played. There's also like lots of there are like some groups of celebrants that are like also like dotted throughout the city that are like chanting and humming like hymns to Urgathoa and stuff like that throughout the street. And there's like all kinds of like music and beats going on. And once you guys reach the stall, Ubaid orders a pair of ice cream, like what is essentially ice cream cones, and he hands one to you. Goes, I know you can't eat like I can, but at least try it. At least try it. You might like it.
She takes it and thanks him with a smile, and she just enjoys it, because who knows when she'll be able to have something like this again, enjoy something like this again. So she takes advantage of it, really.
Yeah, the ice cream is sweet and delicious, and you're kind of like taking in the atmosphere. And then you can't help but notice that as you're kind of like people watching and observing, there seems to be a young woman that is kind of like looking around like she's lost something. Like not too far away from where you are. She's kind of like pushed out towards the edge of the crowd, and she's like looking around, like kind of like raising up and trying to looking through the crowd to see if she can find something or someone. And Ubaid taps you on the shoulder and points at her and goes, "You see that young woman? She looks like she might be a bit lost, don't you think?"
I follow his gaze and I nod my head, sort of tilting my head to the side, trying to figure out maybe what's going on, and maybe thinking I should go and ask what's wrong.
Why don't you make a secret perception check to sense motive?
All right, sense motives.
It is
secret.
Yeah, the perception check is on the left side of your screen, of your sheet. It's like halfway down. Click on the one that has like the eye it's like the eye that's crossed out. It's right beneath your AC, your armor class.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
All right. Yeah, you look at her and she clearly seems like she's distressed. Like she is like looking around like she's completely lost. And you can see that there's like kind of like a growing, like her body language is like kind of erratic. She clearly looks like she needs help.
Okay, so I go up to her and just sort of in a very calm, very very calm voice say, "Excuse me, are you all right?"
She kind of is startled a little bit, despite you being, very calm and approaching her very calmly. Goes, oh my, hi. Well, it would seem I'm a little lost. I had come here with my teacher and another student, and well, I got a little distracted with one of the food stalls, and I seem to have lost them both.
After hearing what's going on, I nod my head slowly and sort of try to ease her mind a little bit. You can come with my friends and we'd be happy to help you look for them.
Oh. And by the way, this woman, she has these long, dreadlocks that are fastened to this simple but beautiful brass headdress. She has these green eyes, dark hair, this umber skin, and she has a nose piercing as well, on the side of the nose. I don't know what that's called, but that's on the side. And she's wearing a dress that is this gradient of sunset orange that kind of turns out to this sunrise yellow on the fringes. And she's wearing a necklace with this red garnet set in it. And she goes, "Oh yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Who is your friend?"
I believe you might or might not know him, but his name is Ubaid. He's my mentor.
She kind of goes, "I'm afraid I don't really know many people here in Mekitar. We are from the Magambia. It's to the west. It's in the Mwangi Expanse."
Oh, I do think I remember reading about that as a child.
Oh, I don't doubt it. It's one of the oldest magical institutes in the world. But yes, please, if you could help me, I would be in your debt. And
Of course.
Ubaid is at this point made his way up here, and he goes, "Elunara, who is your friend?"
Eleonora sort of turns to the lady and she says, "I'm sorry, I didn't get your name."
"Oh, I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? My name is Shabala."
Shabala, nice to meet you. I'm Elunara.
"It is a pleasure meeting you, Elunara."
It's nice meeting you too.
She looks at you and goes, "And you are so pretty. I have to say, I did not expect this country to have so many colors."
It is very colorful, especially around this time.
And she goes, "Yes, if you don't mind, I don't really know my way around town. Maybe you can at least help me walk the streets without getting stuck in circles."
Of course. It's easy to get lost in a place like this, especially when there's such a big festival about to go on.
Yeah, so you, Ubaid, and Shabala, all three of you are kind of walking the streets, and Shabala's kind of keeping an eye out, looking around for her teacher and the other student. And you guys are kind of walking the streets for a while, and then I'm going to jump over to our last character, Guy. Guy, you've kind of what's the word? You've been kind of spacing a little bit as the day is finally here. You've done 3 gigs already. You're just sitting down in behind a stage that's been set up in the shade. You are sweating This has been your third performance, and you have another one lined up right after this one, and then you still haven't heard back from Jimmy about whether or not you were doing the big performance for the big guy that he keeps calling it. Yeah, what's going through Guy's head right now?
Right now, Guy is just so tired. He's doing his best to to bring his focus back, but it's just he can't quite get the focus that he needs. He's just so tired. He just keeps panting. It's just like, oh shit. Come on. All right.
Yeah,
we just got to get through this.
A shadow kind of approaches you from your side, and a ice cream cone is shoved in your face. It goes, "Hey, here, kid, keep your strength up."
Oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks, Jimmy. Scared the hell out of me.
Sorry, kid. Sorry. That's my bad. You know, it's it ain't healthy for you to be dying of heat stroke back here. All right, you got another gig right after this, okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, here. And he kind of pulls out a carafe of like a glass carafe of water. Says, yeah, and take some of that. You gotta stay hydrated. You're fucking sweating puddles, brother.
Well, good thing I know how to quick change. Don't have to stay in the sweaty clothes so long. You're a lifesaver, Jimmy. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Chug the water.
Yeah, as you're chugging, he's still yapping. He's like, yeah, I thank my funny bone every day that I lost all my sweat glands. Oh, that's the best decision I ever made. Ooh, I was having a real big, tizzy about whether or not I wanted to be a skeleton or a zombie. Thank goodness I got talked out of being a zombie. Holy moly, I couldn't stand the rotten, putrid flesh all day. Woo! Once you shed all your skin, your fleshy bits, it all becomes the same to you,
Luckily, I don't know yet.
Yeah, well, kid, keep it up, all right? We don't need you being undead for as long as we, possibly can. I can't personally, endorse your health or anything like that. That's obviously not a stipulation in my contract, as you understand. But as a friend, don't fucking die on me, kid.
I'll do my best. Thanks for looking out for me, Jimmy.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
No problem. All right. Well, you're up in 10, okay?
Gotcha. Hey, did you maybe hear anything yet from the big guy?
He kind of does that thing where kind of shakes his head I'm still waiting, okay? Listen, I've not heard back. I had a messenger come out to go out and try to get a word in, try to figure something out with the export guild, but I've not seen hide nor hair of him. I think he might have gotten lost in the crowd. But I need you to be ready, because it could happen still. It could be last minute, and I'm sorry for that, but it could still happen. Listen, you do this performance, and hopefully we hear something. All right?
I'll give it everything I got. I don't care if it's last minute or last second. I'll do it regardless.
That's why I like you so much, kid. All right. Well, go break a leg out there, kid. I'm gonna go see if I can find that damn courier.
Thank you, Jimmy.
And then you go up for your fourth performance of the day under the Mekatar sun. Guy, why don't you describe what a performance of yours would look like?
Well, considering this is maybe the last one for the day, I crack my neck, crack my shoulders, crack the knuckles, take a deep breath, sigh outwards. And the moment that the curtain gets pulled away, I walk out, and immediately it's showtime. It's game face. I wave my hands in a puff of smoke. And from the smoke, just an instrument appears. It's just a nice wood oak lute. It has like a little bit of a shine to it, just from the residual magic. I let out just like a clean, solid power chord.
Yeah.
Just to garner the attention of everybody. Welcome, one and all, to one of Guy's fantastic performances. I hope you all are having a fantastic day, and I hope to make it even better for you.
Let's go!
And for the first moment, or the first few minutes, I just start playing on my lute. Ba-da-da-da. No one told me life was gonna be this way.
Okay.
That goes on.
You have a the band plays on. You have your fourth performance, and you notice in the crowd there is an especially exuberant audience member who is very clearly drunk, but they are belting out your lyrics with you, and they're like having a good time. They don't look like they're from around here very clearly. It's a guy, it's a dude. He's wearing this like red tunic. He's got like these baggy brown trousers and some silver bangles. He's got this like short, tightly curled dark hair, dark eyes. He's clean shaven. And whenever you finish your performance, like as soon as you step off the stage, on the back, this guy like kind of rounds the corner, and he's just clapping. He goes, "Man, that was an amazing performance." He kind of like point, like he's very clearly drunk, and he points at you and goes, "Could you teach me how to do that?"
To play or to perform?
Both, man.
Well, I don't come cheap, but I'm more than happy to share my passions, yeah.
He like fucking falls to his knees, and he starts like doing like a worshiping thing, like, "Oh, yes, the famous guy teaching me his tricks." Ooh. And he kind of like he exhausts himself. And he kind of like stands up and like puts out his hand. He goes, "My name's Bayode."
Violet, pleasure to meet you. I would introduce myself, but it seems you're already aware.
"Oh, how could I not know, man?" And he looks and he goes, "Have you?" Kind of like loses like track of like his thought, and he goes like, "Have you seen a girl around? She's so beautiful, man. She's like so beautiful. She has these long dreadlock hair and this headdress. Wearing a beautiful dress today, man. Stunning. I think I love her."
That right?
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
love is quite the wonderful thing.
Oh, yeah. But I don't think she sees me that way, man.
Alright, I think I get what I'm picking up what you're laying down. You wanna treat her to something special, yeah?
Yeah, man. You know, we came out here with Me and her were students, and we came out here with our teacher Sebastian. Oh man, I thought this was like the perfect opportunity to get closer with her. Maybe I share like a, I don't know what the, what's that? And he points over like the ice cream stand. What is that over there? Never seen anything like it.
The ice cream stand.
Yes, I wanted to share an ice cream with her, but as soon as we get here in the festival, she disappears. And then as soon as he says that, he his eyes go wide and goes, "Oh, that's right! I completely forgot! I need to find her. And I need to find my teacher! Guy, can you please help me? You're the only one I can rely on. I need to find my people."
Guy looks around, sees if Jimmy's around, or sees if that real important guy is anywhere near, even anyone important looking is near. It's just he looks out at the crowd, or just the general crowd of people, and then he looks back at the guy. You know what? I got some time.
Oh,
sure.
Thank goodness. Oh. He puts his arms on. He puts his hands on your shoulder. He goes, "I don't know how I'm going to thank you. I'll find some way." And he gets real real off center. He almost falls over. He goes, "Whew, that was close."
I'll help steady him and just kind of hold under his arm. It's I got you there, friend.
Oh, thank you. All right.
I've been lost in this city before, so I know how you feel.
And as you guys are all the Shari, you and Salim are still waiting for Salim's buddy to show up. And Devani and Gideon, you are helping Sebastian find the students. Guy, you are entertaining Bayode and trying to find the other student and Sebastian. You guys, I'm sure you picked up what is going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And
We're all looking for the same people.
And Elunara, you are helping Shabala with Ubaid, trying to find her people as well. As you guys are some of you are traveling through the streets, looking for each other, trying to find these other people. The sky becomes overcast. Clouds quickly kind of cover the sky. And as it kind of darkens the skies, and it kind of changes the mood of the city a little bit. And I promise we're getting close to the end, just a little bit more. I'm so sorry.
You're never apologize for art.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of darkened a little bit. The sun is covered up now. Although the sun was already kind of covered up with all the banners flying over the city, but now there's this sort of ambient shadow that's been cast over. After a little while of looking, Elunara, you are following Shabala, or Shabala is following you, and Ubaid, as you guys are walking through the streets, and Shabala kind of pulls at your sleeve, Elunara, and kind of points off and goes, "Oh, isn't that one of the the famous performers here at the at Engeb? I think his name was Guy. He's such
Guy.
He is such a way with music. I saw one of his performances earlier today.
I thought I heard some of his music too. It's very captivating.
Yeah. Oh. And would you look at that? It looks like he's dragging behind one of my friends, Mayode.
Well, isn't that a coincidence? Let's go talk to them, shall we?
Yeah, let's go talk to him.
So.
Let's see how this interacts.
This guy's such a loser.
Guy, you hear the sound of a voice over the crowd. You hear a woman calling, Biode! Over here! And Biode is like attached to you, Guy. He's like, you're basically dragging him through the streets. He's like, he's drunk.
You lost feeling it was like half an hour ago.
Yeah, he's like, he used up a lot of his energy already. Biode like kind of mumbles and goes, "Someone say my name." Is that you, Guy?
Sounds like it. Nope. Not my voice.
Oh, who was that?
That's a great question, buddy.
And then you hear behind you comes up a woman, or two women rather, and an older man, and the woman with the dark skin comes up and goes, "Biode, did you not hear me?" And he sort of like has this swivel-eyed, like lobotomized look as he turns over to look at Shabala. And he goes, "Am I dreaming?"
Aw.
It's my dream girl, Guy. That really her?
Oh. It looks like it to me, bud.
And Shabala
He
goes,
seems to have had too much.
just like comes up to you, Guy, and she goes, "I am so sorry. Biode, stop this foolishness." And she fucking slaps him across the face. Wake up! And his head hits like a ricochet, like bounces back and goes, "Shabala! Oh! I'm so glad we found you."
Oh man, that's funny.
Love this guy. He
And
bounced back fast.
goes, "Where were you? We lost you." She goes, well, I don't want to talk about that. Where's Teacher Sebastian? I don't know. I lost him too. I smelled a particularly sweet scent on the wind, and I followed it to a winery. Viole. I am so sorry. Because this is my friend Biode. My name is Shabala. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I saw you playing earlier.
Really? Well, it's no trouble at all, really. I'm always happy to help and meet some fans.
Oh yes, no, thank you. And these two kind people, Elunara and Ubaid, they were helping me find my friends. And well, I have them to thank for getting me this far. But if Go ahead.
Eleonora sort of looks over and says, "Please, it was the least I can do."
And she goes, but thank you regardless. And if you don't mind, could you help me and my drunken buffoon of a friend find our teacher too?
Of course. She answers and then turns to Guy. She's sort of starstruck, you know? Like, she doesn't get starstruck very easily. And she's just like, "I heard your music earlier. It was captivating. Almost alluring, even."
Well, thank you. It's always a pleasure to meet some people that really enjoy the art, you know?
Of course. Music is one of my favorite pastimes.
Really? Well, I'll be more than happy to play for you sometime.
I would like that very much.
Guy!
God, I'm meeting so many new friends today. I look around.
You see
Hold
Jimmy
on, that one's-
Bones.
I know that guy.
Jimmy Bones is tearing down the road. Guy, where are you? Oh, there you are, guy.
Jimmy,
You're not gonna believe
over
this, guy.
here.
It's on. You're set to go for the big performance for the big guy.
Guy just immediately like lights up. It's like, what? Really?
Yes.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. Listen, Jimmy Bones, very funny guy. Not kidding. All right, this is my serious face right now. You can't tell. His like jaw like kind of half opens, and he's just like got like the most like non-emotional face because he's a skeleton. Listen, all right, very serious business. You need to go down the road. That way, there is a huge platform where you're gonna be playing, okay? And there's gonna be a huge band there to support you, and they want you as the center performance. Can you believe that?
Finally! Hey, all of you, come with me. Come on. We're all going. All right now. Jimmy, come on. These are my friends.
Oh, yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy. And the Shabala and Biode are just like stunned, like, okay, all right.
It's like, trust me, you'll find your teacher or whatever. Come on.
Yeah, Eleonora just kind of looks at them for a minute, then just shrugs and goes along because she really, really wants to perform, but she just doesn't know what happened just there.
That happens, and Vishari, you and Salim have been sitting here in this like alley, like courtyard for a while, and Salim is like,
We've been here for like 20 minutes.
yeah, Salim is like, I think he might be dead. I think he's dead. Someone killed him.
Why would your first assumption be that he's died?
Because this is not like him. This is not like him at all.
Well, surely if he's here, if he's died, that's not really that big of a problem.
Maybe they're lost. Maybe they're just enjoying the festival. And there is a very noticeable like movement in the crowd. As like people seem to be like, there's like a huge crowd like moving towards the center of town, towards like towards like this large area that's outside the Cinerarium. And Celine kind of points it out and goes, I wonder what's going on.
Well, I don't really suppose we've got anything better to do right now, so maybe we could go and find out. Will the books be okay if we just leave them here?
He kind of looks over and goes, there is a common saying in my family for times like this. Fuck it, let's go.
That's all right. Okay, then.
Let's go see what the hubbub is
Sure.
about. Maybe we'll find Sebastian.
Oh, okay then.
It just kind of follows him, like slightly, like bemused, like
Yeah.
That's not exclusive to your family, but okay.
Yeah, you follow in the crowd. It's there's a huge crowd gathering, and Devani and Gideon, you guys are also kind of swept up in this crowd alongside Sebastian and Taryn. You guys kind of don't really have much of a choice to just, aside from just going where the crowd is going, but you can tell there's like criers and stuff like that that are like yelling about like a huge performance at the foot of the Cinerarium, and there is like a lot of like hubbub going on about it, and supposed to be like a huge performance, and that there's going to be a special guest. The Ghost King of Geb himself will be in attendance. And so the crowd is moving that way. And slowly, all of you start making your way towards the foot of the Cinerarium. Guy, once you and Jimmy get close enough, you guys, like, what's your plan here for them? You seem to have an idea.
Well, mostly, it's not a big plan, but if everybody's moving here, I bring them with me. I want to ask Viota and Zabala, like, the general look of their teacher. That way I can, while we go up there perform, they can search the crowd and I can still do my thing. And if I happen to see him, I can, after the show, help them find each other.
Yeah.
But I'm mostly focusing on the performances.
Yeah, they give you like a description of what he looks like. He's got like a shaved head, goatee, has like the same kind of like skin complexion as them. Dark eyes, wearing like he's also wearing like a bright colored tunic, or robe rather. But yeah, they give you like a good description of him. But yeah, you guys start getting, you guys are like probably the closest. You get to the cinerarium, or not to the cinerarium, but you get to like just outside. There's like, you guys are kind of like, I would imagine like around here, there's like a huge gathering of people over here next to the River of Rot, which by the way has been dyed like a very fun like color of purple. Usually it's black because it's nasty, but it's purple now today.
Yes.
Favorite color.
But there is a huge stage over here at the foot of the cinerarium, and there are crowds gathering on the other side of the river. But once you get to like this bridge over here, Guy, Jimmy Bones kind of like grabs you and goes, "All right, this is where we go. All right, we go there, we get across. The Bellator Mortis has already been cleared. Let's go through. Your friends. Let's see. Tell them to go stand. Don't tell them to go by the shore, because that's gonna be a real packed place. Tell them to sit here by the roadways, and they can probably catch you whatever the person they're looking for."
Gotcha. Thanks, Jimmy. You really are the best.
Yeah, no problem, pal. Listen, it's the least I could do. All right. You ready to rock this joint?
I was born ready, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Guy and Jimmy go off, and Elunara, you, Ubaid, Shabala, and the drunk Biode are... You guys are kind of like on this, like... It's kind of like a nice spot where you can like watch people coming in the road, where they're kind of congregating in the crowd. So it's actually a very good spot here. Why don't you roll me a perception check, Elunara?
Perception.
Yeah,
Would that be a secret?
Yes, it'll be a secret one.
Perception.
Yeah, blind GM roll.
Okay.
Okay. You are looking out, watching. Although you are very interested in the crowd that's growing here, and you had heard people yelling about the Ghost King himself being in attendance, and you're also casting glances up at the cinerarium to see if that's actually going to be true. So as a result, you're kind of not really doing a very good job of looking out for the people that Shabala and Biode are looking for. But it's not long until Shabala goes, "Oh, I see Teacher Sebastian! Teacher!" And you see a shaved-headed man who is flanked on either side by also, by the way, I forgot to ask this, Gideon, Tonks, is Gideon in their tailless form or in their tailed form?
That's a good question. Probably tailless form, just to...
Okay.
Just in case.
So you see Teacher Sebastian is flanked on either side by this half-orc and a, person of smaller stature. You're not really sure what they are, what race they are, or what ancestry they are, but they both look foreign. They don't look like they're from Geb, although the half-orc does have like a skeletal face paint, which kind of lays credence that they might actually be from Geb. But they approach, And yeah, Gideon and Devani, you guys are flagged down by a young woman, along with another small group of people here, and Sebastian kind of goes, "Ah, they are my students. I've been looking everywhere for them. Well, I guess this is my thanks for you two, or you three rather." He looks at Gideon and Devani and goes, come, I'll introduce you.
Oh, by all means, yes, please.
And he comes up, and there's like a small interaction between Shabala, Bayode, and teacher Sebastian. And along with those two, you also notice there is a young woman who seems to be some kind of not really like a human. They look more like they are one of the more upper echelon of undead, and there is an older gentleman with her that seems to have been accompanying Shabala and Bayode, the other two students. And but during this, there is like a hubbub that kind of comes up to the crowd, like, look, like people are going like, look up there, look at the cinerarium. People are pointing at the look at the ebony pyramid. And there is a an opening that starts to form on the side of the cinerarium, and a balcony forms on the side of it as a ghostly figure and a few other figures stand out on the balcony watching over the crowd of people. And there's kind of an uproar, oh, there he is, and there's a lot of excitement going up through the crowd. And this is when you guys start to hear an announcer from the other side of the river magically enhancing their voice to be louder. Visitors and denizens of Mekatar, quick and the dead alike, please welcome to the festival the Ghost King Geb, the greatest necromancer to have lived and to have ever unlived.
Clap, clap.
Our glorious and powerful leader, and all this other nonsense about how cool he is. And in celebration of his reappearance, a small musical performance by the best talents in the city. And a huge band of musicians appear on the stage, and there with them on the stage is a very even on this stage of performers and artists, there is a very sore thumb that sticks out, and that is Guy. And Guy's here on the stage. There's some chatter going all right, guys, you ready? And they're starting to read off the beat, and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 2. And then before the music even starts, a huge explosion sound, this booming noise, erupts through the sky. And you guys hear the noise first, but soon after it, a large gust of wind blows over the city, blows over the country, over the continent, or maybe it goes over the whole planet. A large ear-piercing eruption rings across the world. The skies, the overcast skies, turn a crimson red, as if the clouds have been sort of absorbed by this crimson, like this fallen blood from the sky or something, as if the sky itself is bleeding. And then, as a stunning silence sort of stifles the whole city, drops of crimson rain pour from the sky. And what nobody knew, aside from a select few individuals on the planet of Galarian, unbeknownst to most people, what had happened was of a cosmic scale. A war was being fought beyond this plane, and a god had been slain. And his blood now rains down upon Galarian. That is the end of the session.
Shit, whoa! Cliffhanger!
What do you mean?
I don't need sleep. I need answers.
Answers.
No, torture them. Torment
I
them.
don't need friends.
Leave them
They
guessing.
disappoint me.
Well, then it sounds like we should all tune in for the next episode.
The next session. Oh. So, before you guys get excited about the next session, I need to remind everyone in my chat that this session, these games are monthly. And there's very good reasons for that. The chiefest among them is scheduling. There are
We're tax-paying adults.
Yeah, there are 6 working adults in this call right now, and it was a miracle to have them all be here for 4 hours plus.
Holy 4 hours?
And I'm still kind of ashamed that I went over that long. I'm so sorry. I had already
No,
I had set
don't
like
be.
I had set
It was
a hard
fun.
limit for 4 hours. But
I could have gone another 4, dude, and I'm working a double tomorrow.
But the next session will be a month from now, or approximately a month from now. But thankfully, we have the wonderful Ardent Melody, who is assisting me in the scheduling. Thank you, Melody.
Thank you, Mel. Seriously.
Hey, Melody!
You are indispensable. Like, guys, honestly, if it wasn't for Mel, this session might have not happened.
Yeah.
We love you.
But don't worry, you will see more Pathfinder from me before then, hopefully. Actually, no, that's not true. Because, but I should say, there is going to be a second game, another campaign that will be going on alongside this one. That campaign is going to be starring some people you may know. Mel, who I just thanked for running the scheduling. Shailene, who's in the chat right now.
Yay!
Oracle, who is another friend and a big TTRPG nerd. Streaky, who will probably suplex me a few times on stream.
What a dweeb!
At least a few.
And a friend of mine, Crow, who is another voice actor.
What a crow!
Wonderful individual.
Woo!
They will be joining us in Game 2. I have not decided the title for that one yet, but Game 1 is The Wrath of the Ghost King. This has been Session 1. So the next Pathfinder stream you'll see will be this game, because we're still scheduling Session 0 of the other game. But yeah, I'm so, like, honestly, I've been stunned that there's been so many viewers, and there's been so many, like, I got rated again. I just now noticed a little while ago. by Zaf. Thank you so much, Zaf, for the raid. So if we've got more followers and shit like that, this has been a crazy stream. I'm so thankful for you guys. I'm very happy this all worked out.
We love you, Scrub.
Fantastic.
Thank you for such a wonderful adventure.
You did amazing.
Your poggers.
No problem.
I'll see you in 3 hours for another game.
That game is canceled, Snowcap, because I'm not doing it tonight.
Oh, cool. Well, my schedule just freed up. Awesome.
Yeah, your schedule's freed
I
up.
got stuff to do then.
Yeah, I forgot to let you know about that. Yeah, I'm canceling. My voice
glad
is
you know
holding
now.
on by a thread right now.
That's
Get
so
some
fair.
rest after. My goodness, get some rest.
Yeah.
Get some tea.
Oh man.
Something
Get
hot.
some rest, get some breast.
Hydrate, seriously.
But
Yeah.
thank
Yeah,
you-
seriously.
and thank you guys for being here, for hanging out with me and playing. Before I leave, before we end the stream, I'm going to go down the line, and you guys can plug whatever the fuck you guys want to do. You guys have also done a very good job of playing your characters, and I'm very happy to be DMing for you. Shizu, Psycho, voice actors, writer, and illustrator.
Shizu.
What do you got going on right now?
Well, I'm not done streaming today. I'm probably going to pop into a Cabo stream here in a bit. I have a stream with Jersey in a couple hours, and it's not important, but I just like to note that I have 15 pages of notes, and I'm very proud of myself.
pages?
Good job.
What the
Christ.
Are you writing? You're writing real big, right? You're writing real big.
You can see an example of it inside chat.
It's not real big.
Not big.
It is double spaced, but it's not real big.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. What the fuck?
What the hell? Oh my god, no way.
Oh my god.
I see a note that says, "Damn, Scrub is good at the voices." What the fuck?
It's true.
Right. Grub is good at the voices.
It was my proof. I told you. I wrote those down in my notes.
Well,
She did.
I'm-
That is true.
not blushing, and you can't prove otherwise.
Yay.
Well, as you know, on brand for Psycho Seiju, that she's got fucking 2 more streams going on today. Tonks, what do you got going on this week?
Fun fact, I'm also joining Shizu for both of those.
Yay!
Wow, okay.
Couple of stallions
We'll
here. What the hell?
probably be on Kabu's channel at some point, and I'll be joining for Jersey's stream later tonight.
Okay. Fern, what you got going on, pal?
I'm gonna go the fuck to bed, brother. It is 10 p.m. currently.
Ole mole.
I got ole mole. I'm going to work in the morning, because I'm a tax-paying citizen. But in the meantime, I occasionally do voice acting on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/FernVA, a motherfucking yes. And sometimes I draw stuff. You'll never see them though, because I never post them. Other than that, I occasionally apparate in the background of Good Boy Audio's home.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever he streams, sometimes I appear there like a ghost. I'm less of a person and more of a concept in that sense.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
Goop
just kind
Box.
of around. I am just kind of around spiritually, socially, emotionally. Yeah. Other than that, I'm just got epic swag, dude.
Epic.
Sure.
Yeah, you do.
Big.
Omnipotent being.
Yeah. Stonecat, you got anything going on?
As far as any projects, other than trying to do my best to stream regularly on Sundays with you if I can. If not, I'll tell you to make me stream.
Yeah, me and Stonecat are probably gonna stream tomorrow, so
Yay! I'll try to tune in.
let's go.
You can always find me at www.youtube.com/@Stonecap. I have not posted in like a year, but hey, if you all got suggestions for me, I'm more than happy to hear them because I
Alrighty.
am not creative enough to come up with my own ideas.
Please,
Hey.
please, dude, add him, harass him to do more audios. White Wolf,
Okay.
what do you got going on?
Well, I have a new audio releasing on Monday, which is coincidentally D&D themed, so hopefully that'll go on. I also post bonus audios on my Patreon every other Wednesday,
Nice.
and sometimes on Fridays I stream on YouTube.
Yeehaw, brother! That sounds like a motherfucking schedule.
Go check out White Wolf's
Yeah.
YouTube. Yeah. All I've got is I'm streaming tomorrow, and I'll probably stream again this next week. But that's all I got. Guys, I think I'm gonna raid Kabu since he's live right now.
Hell yeah,
Right.
brother!
Do that.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, he's playing.
Kabu, Kabu,
he's
Kabu.
playing 7 Days to Die. Apparently, Shizu and Tonks are going over there, so you guys can still hang out with them. But yeah, I'm gonna raid. Kabu.
Alrighty.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right.
Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out and playing with me, and also thank you guys for watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Happy to be here.
Yo, poggers.
Appreciate
Yeah.
y'all.
I'll see
Yeah,
you
this has
guys,
been really fun.
I'll see.
Agree.
I'll be on tomorrow. All right, we're starting the raid.
Alrighty.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye bye.